Should be live. Alright. Well, this is 2 years after the last episode of Fire and Ash. Ash and Julius had been put on Squad Sigma under the brilliant leadership of Captain Malcolm Chance. God. During that 2 years, they, in their efforts to find Ebenezer, had found out that Ebenezer was on the tail of a cult. This cult turned out to be worshipping an unknown deity, as old as basically the universe itself, that goes by a ton of names. I'm referring to it as the Firstborn, but it had a bunch of other ones, and none at the same time. This being nearly wiped out all life in the universe thousands of years before, destroying the advanced Starchild civilization and most, basically all, dragons. We managed to... There are 3 cubes that act as keys to the prison in which this being is sealed behind a black hole. We managed to get one of the 3 from the cult. At this point, we've been doing battle with the cult for, 2 years now, on and off, and we are now floating through space awaiting our next mission. Did I miss anything of note?
Well, you've been stationed on the frontier. You should go into that.
We have been on the frontier for pretty much probably 20 months out of the 2 years. Malcolm wanted to be ready whenever things struck, so we've been out on the frontier, for better or for worse. We're still floating on the frontier, most likely out of relay range. And that's where we are now.
Yes, in fact, you're well out of relay range. This is about 5 weeks after you had the successful assassination mission in Squad Sigma on Crise, capital of Mars. So you brought Max Tech down to its knees. EarthGov kind of slowly taking over Mars. Slowly being the opportune word there. So Ash is sitting here in the middle of the ship by himself. The bridge is self-explanatory. I assume Julius is doing his trapeze. Denaria's wandering the halls, just trying to stay sane. Snarf is in a box, working to himself, keeping to himself, looking for something important. Rolly's cleaning the engine room. Lizzie's tending to the engine, as per usual. Carter and Davine here. The other Spartan, Dr. Gonzalez. Scar Freetooth down there just conversing. PT Valk is here somewhere, but it's irrelevant, trust me. And Xerix is there. And Gurok is off by himself here in the game lounge, keeping to him. So it's your usual day on the frontier. Take it away.
Gonna look over Ash's shoulder and take a look at what Malcolm's doing.
His head is down, but he's not asleep. He is just staring out into the void of space, mumbling to himself, occasionally motioning with his hand.
Okay, Ash is going to look at his wrist computer and check if they're, in fact, still out of relay range.
You are, in fact, well out of relay range. You are, at this point, in uncharted territories of space. The only thing you'd find out here, really, are people who don't want EarthGov to find them. So, UIR, stuff like that.
Okay. Oh, joy. He's gonna make his way over and look into the med bay.
The door is closed.
Oh, joy. Well, probably keep a low profile.
You can see in the windows, through the windows, she's scribbling in a journal, as Mercurius stands guard at the door with arms crossed.
Waves at Mercurius through the window.
He waves back, his center eyepiece lights up and nods.
Alright, keep a low profile. Walks over to... Ash is gonna walk over to his room and just kind of sit down on his bed, head in his hands, and just... Only 3 more years.
Down here, Carter is reassuring Davine. He says to her, I'm gonna get us off the frontier. I gotta wait. Listen, I gotta wait for the right moment. I'll make sure you and Julius make it out, alive. And Ash, since apparently he means something to Julius. I'll make sure. Just give me time. I'll get us out of here. I have. And he looks towards the bridge. A plan. And he says a plan as he's staring at the bridge and the back of Malcolm's head.
Naveen puts a hand on his chest. I understand, Carter. It's okay. I understand.
We need to get out of here. I've been checking on Ash's x-rays. Keeping up with Dr. Eloquent. He still has bullet hole pieces of whatever Tewa shot him with in his back. That ain't gonna go well if it stays that way. And the rest of the crew's not looking very good. You're looking malnourished. Me and Nick, we can take it. We're Spartans, we have augmentation, but everybody else is in dire straits. As Mercurius comes out, scans the room, walks up, scans the back of the captain. He stops murmuring to himself, "Oh! Get away from me, robot spy of Ash!" And Mercurius salutes him and walks away.
Perhaps and she gets down into a really low whisper, a mutiny is in order.
Well, I think so, but I don't want to go full-blown mutiny. I'll take care of him, and then it'll only be my career. At this point, he keeps looking at the back of the chair. I don't want to be part of EarthGov anymore.
Carter, don't say that. I should do it. I, frankly, don't have a career. I'm not even being paid.
Yeah, well, we're gonna change that when we get back one way or another. I'm gonna go check on Ash. Just stay here. Stay low in the engine room.
Alright, go ahead.
Carter has his, it's a bandit assault rifle, it's a DMR, slung on his back at all times. He comes, knocks on your door.
Come in?
Door opens, make room, let me in the room.
Yeah, he's gonna move over. What's going on, Carter? Is everything alright?
He walks up right in front of you. How are you feeling?
Fine enough, I guess. Tired, like every day.
Yeah. How's your mobility?
I'm moving pretty fine as of right now. The only issue I'm having is a little bit of an issue with my right leg. It gives me some trouble from time to time, but it's nothing important. Once I get moving, it loosens up.
Yeah, that's no good.
Why? What's going on?
We'll worry about it when we get back to Gateway. Just lay low.
We're going back?
Sooner rather than later, yeah.
What are you planning?
Nothing. Why don't you go check on Julius, see how he's doing, and, then meet me here in the middle of the ship.
Will do, but just if you are planning something and he's gonna get up, let me help, because if it means we're getting out of here, I'd gladly do it.
He gestures to the the DMR on his back and doesn't say anything and walks out of the room and just sits here watching the captain's bridge.
Right, and he's going to kind of adjust Valor and Ravage in their holsters and make his way up to Julius's room.
As you're walking, stop here on the ping. You hear over the intercom, "Ash, where are you going?"
Just to get some water, sir.
Fine.
Good. Make my way up there.
No talking to anyone, Ash.
Of course. Walks up to Julius's room and knocks on the door.
Who is it?
Who do you think?
Oh, come in.
He's gonna go in. Still doing that for exercise, I see.
Sanity.
Fair. How are you holding up?
Fine. I've been more malnourished. As he flips off from it, lands, and then promptly just falls to his knees.
Before you can continue, you see Denaria. You can catch a glimpse out of the door. She's looking at both of her hands and she's just saying, experimenting on people like that is wrong. It doesn't justify anything. And she's just walking around back and forth in a horizontal line like this and this, mumbling to herself.
Slowly closes the door. Right. Well, we're holding up better than her. I don't know what. It looks like Carter's planning something. He says we're going back to Gateway soon.
We are?
That's what he said.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's really good.
When we get there, we're calling Icy immediately, and we're giving a full report of what's been happening here.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we need to stop this.
It's at this time you feel slight turbulence in the ship, and you usually don't feel it out here in deep space.
We're not
Still the
going
rumbling.
We're not going into an atmosphere, are we?
We're not nearby anything.
I'm gonna go see what's going on.
I'm coming with.
Alright. Just gonna walk out and just not go on to the bridge, but take a look out the windows up front and see what's going on.
Carter's moved here. You guys are here. The door to the bridge is opened. And you see Captain Tennessee standing in his seat, and Upworth just on the computer looking around. She's on her computer typing something, and you hear her say, "Captain, what woman? Large contact off the starboard side. What type of contact? If it's an EarthGov ship, just dismiss them. We don't need help." As Captain Tennessee says, "Oh my God." Now, from where you are, you can see out the windows of the ship, but all you can see is like it's just a blackness. And it flies over the ship, and the whole ship shakes. And Captain Tennessee turns to the captain here, Captain Chance, and he says, "Captain, I think that thing knows we're here." And Malcolm, there's no way. We have the most advanced stealth drive. I don't even know what it is. It's some dumb space beast. Then the ship really starts to shake, and everybody falls. You're struggling to maintain your footing on the ship, and the gravity's starting to give out on the ship. You see boxes and stuff slightly floating up. And Captain Tennessee, "Captain Chance, we need to activate the emergency transponder." No! You will not activate that transponder! I will not lose this ship! He stands up. Ash has betrayed us! He looks out the window, and you can see that thing fly by again. "The council has abandoned me!" Pulls out his Sequoia. "Tennessee, I order you not to activate that transponder." As Carter's stumbling to get up here, he's about right here. "I will kill Ash myself if I have to." Malcolm comes through the bridge, handgun draw, and for 13 damage, shoots Ash in the soon-to-be only functioning shoulder he has. As he shoots you, go ahead, he shoots you.
Motherfucker! He's gonna reach down and pull out Valor. I'm gonna go to pull out Valor. I'm gonna fucking kill you!
As you go to pull out Valor, Carter, who's on the ground aiming up, fires his S7 Bandit DMR right through Malcolm's neck. He grabs it and falls over against the console here, knocking the cubic device onto the ground. In the meantime, now you're going through atmosphere. As soon as he hit the ground, your bodies are up on the ceiling, and you hear Captain Tennessee over the radio, even though you're within, speaking distance to him. He's saying, "Brace for impact! Brace for impact!" As you watch Malcolm's body hit the ceiling next to you, and it flies closer to you. And you forcibly fall onto a planet's surface. For what seems like forever, but really it's only a couple seconds. And you crash, and everybody's all over the place now. Hang on. Davian gets thrown back into the engine room. You're here. Aylin's where she's supposed to be. Malcolm is literally right next to Ash. Carter's over here. These people are split up here, and you go unconscious. So you don't know how long you've been out. You don't know any of that, but you feel rumbling on the crashed ship. You know you've crashed. That's what wakes you both up. Julius, your leg is twisted backwards. So the tips of your toes are touching the ground while your heel is facing up. Very graphic. Davine's arm is completely broken, and the socket that connects to the shoulder is dislodged, so she cannot move it at all. As well as she has a third degree concussion. Ash, you now, with Malcolm's dead body next to you, he's lying on the table, sprawled out. You can't feel the right side of your body, the functioning side of the body, non-robot hand side of the body.
Yeah.
Carter is somewhere over here. Go ahead.
Gonna look around. Just turn my head, I guess, since I can't move very much, and look around.
You definitely see Malcolm. You see the door to the med bay is open. You can see Julius's leg twisted around backwards. That's about all you can see. On the bridge, you can most definitely see the ship went down almost nose first, at least towards the end of its descent. Something adjusted its weight on top of the ship, sending it down nose first. So Tennessee and Upworth, they're splattered. They're dead. You can tell they're dead. The lights are on, emergency power, haylock system activating, alarms going off. Yeah.
Guessing I don't have much mobility of the left arm at all.
You have enough if you pump yourself up with adrenaline. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and get it in front of me and try to use my nose to type on the wrist computer to send out some kind of distress beacon, knowing it's probably in vain, but, desire to survive.
Yep. So you hear a voice from the other Spartan and Carter, and they're yelling, "Is everybody all right?"
No!
You see their shields are flared. Carter's lost his assault rifle. He has his pistol drawn. So does Nick, the other Spartan. Carter comes over to you, and he sees Julius's leg backwards, and Nick, over here! I'm going... And he runs over to Julius, and he kneels down next to you, and where's your mother?
I think in engine room.
Nick comes over to you, Ash. All right, Ash, on your feet. Come on. And he puts his hand up.
I can't feel my right arm on my right leg.
Oh, fuck. He looks at you. All right, I'm going to have to pick you up. I can cause more damage doing this, but...
Do it.
I'm going to pick you up. He slings your useless arm over his shoulder, takes you to the bridge, and he captains it, and he sees their splattered remains, what little is left of them. Pieces of them sticking out from the earth that they crashed into, and he... Shit.
Can you hit... We can't hit the transponder, can we?
He walks over here. No. I don't think Tennessee got it off either. He leans you against, the captain's thing here to walk up here.
There's gotta be a failsafe somewhere. There's no way they'd only have one on the ship.
I don't know where that is. Give me a second. He comes over here, grabs the cube. Why don't you hold on to this for now, yeah?
I'll try. And kinda just sits next to it. I'll watch it, I guess.
No. He sticks it in your armor. Hold on to it.
Okay.
Slings your arm over his shoulder. We gotta go around and see if anybody else is still alive. Comes in here. Meanwhile, Carter, I can pick you up, but it's gonna hurt. Do you want me to go look for your mother, or do you want me to bring you with?
Just go look for her.
All right, stay here. Don't move. He comes into the engine room to see Lizzie impaled by a support beam. Sees her dead, crushed, her whole upper body crushed. Shit. And he finds Davine crashed into the engine, arm broken. Oh, God.
Hi there, Carter.
He snaps his finger in front of her eyes. Are you lucid?
She just grabs his hand and starts petting it.
All right.
Good harm.
All right, listen. Your son's in a bad way. I think we're all in a bad way as he gestures his head over to Lizzie's dead body. Whatever took us down wasn't ballistic. It wasn't a missile. I'm going to try to pick you up. Tuck your arm in tight as best you can.
She's gonna try.
It does not move. Oh shit, your shoulders. Alright. This is gonna hurt. Are you ready?
She nods.
He pops her shoulder back in place, and it hurts a lot.
She is going to sit up automatically and just start screaming.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Julius's leg is completely backwards. Come on, we gotta get to him.
Yeah. Oh, Julius, yes.
Yes, Julius, this way. Follow me. Carter lights a flare so you can see. I imagine the lights on the ship are completely red. This way. Follow me.
I don't have control of the token.
Yep, I gotcha. So he brings her over here, because this is the old Davine token, or character sheet. Brings her over here. Julius, this is gonna hurt even more. And he presents a cylindrical device, and it has a huge needle. I have to stabilize your pain threshold, and I have to stabilize the bleeding. Are you ready? Because you're bleeding from your kneecap. The kneecap's exploded.
This is gonna be perfect. Do it.
Yeah, right. He grabs your hair. I'm sorry about this. Sticks the needle in your neck. You feel an immense amount of pain. And if you thought that was gonna hurt, he's kneeling down, types on his wrist computer. This is gonna hurt even more. And he starts spraying biofoam like they have in Halo 3 ODST to clot up your exposed knee as he's doing it slowly, and it causes you immense pain.
Julius is just gonna grab like a piece of scrap or wood or something, stick it in his mouth, and bite down as hard as he can.
Carter looks up at Davine. Go check the medbay. See if Eloquent and the robot are okay.
Okay.
Try to find Snarf, too, and the Ranger Denaria.
She's gonna nod and stumble over to the medbay.
As she's going over to the medbay, Ash and Nick are over here, and the Spartan's looking around. Do you see Gurok anywhere?
No, but he was in this area, the gaming area. That's toward the nose. Maybe he got splattered too.
The ship here is concaved into the earth. Good riddance. He moves. Where's Dr. Gonzalez? Very concerned. She was over here somewhere. Drags you to the porthole, and you see Scar Freetooth crushed by a box. Just his paw, his hand sticking out, and blood and brain matter everywhere.
Gods, he didn't deserve that.
There's another series of rumbling flying over the ship that shakes everything.
Shit, I think whatever did this is coming back to finish the job, sir.
Spartan raises his pistol up. Yeah, I think so. Let's go see the exoframe. And you find the exoframe smashed beyond repair, both of them.
Gods. How's your armor doing? I know, Spartan, I know how tough you are, but your armor can't have taken that beating well.
Gel layer took most of the impact, that's why the shields are flared. No shielding.
Shit. So we've got a gunslinger who can't shoot, 2 Spartans with no shields, Julius, a monk who can't walk, and Davine, and a rogue with 1 arm.
Yeah. Don't think about it like that. Me and Carter are gonna make sure we all get out of here as he brings you in here and you see Lizzie. And he says, Liz, as you turn the corner and you see her crushed remains. And he just stares at them and the gun, almost falls out of his hand.
I hope he rots for this. She wouldn't have been on this ship without him.
Meanwhile, Davine at the medbay, she opens the door and sees a crushed Mercurius. You can see his feet sticking out, and the Void shotgun crushed and bent into, it can never be repaired. And you see a blood splatter behind Mercurius from, pieces of the ceiling that came down and crushed Dr. Eloquent to death. Carter looks up to Davine. Davine, are they in there?
Yes, whether they're alive or not is a different story.
Carter stands up. Watch out. Moves out of the way, looks in the room, and forcibly closes the door. They didn't make it. Let's go find Denaria and Snarf. You come up here. Denaria has been decapitated by some piece of the ship that fell off and just cut her. It's not like eviscerated, really, whole upper body. So there should really be one piece of her over here and one piece of her over here. Legs on the latter ping. Carter looks around. Yeah, this is not good. I guess Snarf didn't make it, and you hear banging from one of these boxes. He doesn't hear it, but Davine can definitely hear it as Carter goes over and drapes something on the lower half of Denar.
Kata? Kata.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk over to the box and try to open it with one hand.
No. Let me conserve your energy. As he grabs the top of the box, rips it off, and Snarf pops out. Ah! What the hell happened? Carter looks at him. I have no idea. Are you okay? He grabs the back of his head. I think I have a concussion. And he get out of the box. He jumps out, Carter helps him out. He sees Denaria, and Carter kind of turns him away. Don't look at it. Comes over and covers her up as he's looking back at Davine. He gets over his radio, calls for the other Spartan to meet at Julius's position. Ash, you come up with Julius, and you see him in dire straits.
I'd say we've seen worse, but I don't know if that's the case.
All those years that you've been alive, you haven't seen worse than this, old man.
Well, the worst I'd had before this was lazily dislocating both shoulders, but I'd say 3 is worse than 2.
Yeah, sure.
Carter comes up here, takes one look back at Malcolm, and you see him shake his head. Jesus Christ, as the ship shakes again.
Snarf's alive too. Good, that's another survivor. Anyone else?
You're looking at it.
Fuck. Snarf, can you shoot?
I'm not trained on weapons. I can fix them. I've never shot one, Ash.
Better than nothing. Take the pistol. He's gonna kind of motion with his chin down to Valor. Take the pistol off my right hip.
He takes it. I'll do what I can.
That's all it is. If you need to use it, use it. Otherwise, don't. It's just in case.
The ship shakes again. Nick pulls up his pistol. All right. There's a big tremor that goes off when he says, all right. Carter, yeah, something's landed. Draws his pistol.
Can you put out a distress beacon through your armor? Anything that might get caught. I know it won't matter, but just in case.
No. Malcolm had them disabled.
Motherfucker. Yeah, you look. And he's gonna motion down to his wrist computer. I tried to send something off. Could you make sure I did it correctly? Because it's hard to type with your nose.
He looks down at the wrist computer. You did it correctly, but aboard the ship, Malcolm had... Think of a jammer.
Would it still be online even if the power's out?
I have no idea. The power isn't completely out, he shrugs. The emergency lighting's on. Something tells me it's still on.
Then get me off the ship.
Yeah, right. He grabs Davine. Nick leans Ash into Snarf. You gotta take him from here. Racks the slide on his pistol with one hand. I'm going out there. And he disappears outside to see what's going on. Carter looks down at Julius. Okay, I have to pick you up.
Alright. He puts the piece of metal he had in his mouth back in. Just draw it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Picks Julius up, Snarf dragging Ash. Davine can walk on her own accord. When you're about to leave the back of this ship, you do hear the sound of one gunshot and nothing else. You come out, put your tokens down for reveal them. You come out to this site. So the Majestic is crashed behind you. Here, There is no cliff face here. Imagine this is just flat, muddy earth. It's raining on this planet, like heavy rainstorms, which did not help. And you see this gigantic creature staring down the other Spartans out of position.
Oh, shit.
Right here. And the Spartan has his handgun raised and then slowly lowers it. And you hear him mutter, "I think the jig's up."
Oh no.
Oh well.
In the meantime, you see over here, you would recognize him. You'd never forget this. His voice alone. You see a purple portal kind of appear, and Tewaz, your best friend, comes out of it, striding along slowly, hand on his revolver. The Spartan kind of aims his pistol up at Tewaz and then, forget it, and lowers it as Carter stands in front of Davine, pushes some buttons on his wrist computer, and you see two shield walls come up, just like we were going to use for Mercurius back in the day. And he's using the last bit of the power in his armor to put up a shield wall, as Snarf is cowering behind Davine. Tewaz walks up, well, as he gets closer, and he just looks you all.
Hey, look who made it to the party.
Yeah, you can say that. Steps over here. Meet my friend, and he points over his shoulder at the dragon, who, it is a dragon, it's a large dragon, but you see a small, I imagine she's like quite ugly looking woman come out of the back of it almost, with all this goo and viscosity hanging off of her, and she's cackling maniacally.
Yeah, pleasure. Is that girlfriend or just regular friend?
He chuckles, just regular friend, pal. Looks over at the Spartan, drop the pistol. We both know it isn't going to do anything. The Spartan begrudgingly drops his pistol. Carter with the shield wall. The Spartan moves over here as to allow one more shield wall to come up from Carter. A trick they've used in the past. And the Spartan moves here. Tewaz walks here. Nice shield wall. Very nice. So you have something we want. You've had it for a long time. And you morons have been hiding in dark space God knows how long. Which one of you has it? Spartans don't say anything. Or just has to channel his wrist computer to keep the shields up. And this Spartan's not saying it.
What do you mean?
You have, walks over here, touches the shield wall. Cute. A cube.
Well, there's a lot of cubes on the ship. Metal and everything. Go ahead and look around there, I guess.
This Spartan kind of walks here as the maniacally laughing woman and dragon inch ever closer. Remember, she's like coming out of its body. She controls it. She's what's inside of it. And Tewaz, right. You left it on the ship. I'm sure. I'm sure you don't. He walks over here as Carter adjusts the shield wall a little bit, trying to keep him away. I'm sure you don't know its significance, huh?
Not really.
The captain was a real stickler for compartmentalization, after all.
Yeah. I'm sure he was. Okay. For those of you not already on your knees, because Snarf couldn't hold you much longer, Ash, so you've fallen. Julius, you're on your knees. On your knees, then. Now. And he moves closer to the shield wall. This Spartan tries to make a move. You see him just, oh, fuck it, and he pulls out his pistol. And unfortunately for him, before he can do so, as he's drawing up his pistol, Tewaz launches a glob of plasma from his wrist. Plasma burns, just like a power tech in SWTOR with a magnetic blast. It hits him and his body just fades away. And Tewaz, we can work this out. Stands in front of the shield wall, on your knees.
Yeah, work it out. You mean you get whatever you want and then you kill us anyways?
He kind of turns his head at you. Not really. Give me the cube, and I'll leave you here. You're of no consequence to us. You're dead anyway, staying here.
Yeah. Yeah, just like you, left the Marine alone back on that ship all those years ago.
He chuckles. You have a good memory.
Pace.
He looks over at Julius, back at you, back at Carter. You know that shield wall isn't going to hold forever, right? Carter doesn't say anything.
No, it won't.
Tewaz puts his hand up. You know, I have somewhat of a begrudging respect for you. The two of you. You fucked up my plans enough as he walks over here. Never thought you had the balls to get in the tall geese.
Oh, that was a fun day, wasn't it?
You can say that. He steps over here. Get rid of him. As the dragon's mouth, with the lady maniacally laughing on top of it, opens, hits the shield wall and Carter. Shields go down very quickly. And there's a, purple light. Dark purple. And all that's left is Carter's armor. Whatever was inside the armor is gone. There's just almost puffs of dust and smoke. And Tewaz, so? I'll leave him here, but he says, so? Cube. And I'll leave the four of you here.
Julius looks over at Ash. We don't know where it is. Or at least I don't. Honest.
Mm-hmm. He kind of scoffs, looks back at the dragon lady, who looks down and, can I just finish them? And he, not yet. He walks down and kneels down next to you, Ash. Just give me the fucking thing. We'll call it square. And you could die here of natural causes, yeah? Maybe if you're lucky, you'll, I don't know. Some pirates or slavers will pick you up out here.
Yeah. Well, even if I really wanted to, as you can see, I can't very well move very much. Thanks for that. Gonna look over at the chick and the dragon.
She's staring down with purple glowing eyes. Alright. What is Davine doing right now?
Davine is on her knees just trying to pick up Carter's hand to see if it'll move with her good arm.
He looks down at Davine. He stands up from his kneeling position. There's no hand in there to speak, honey. He's atomized at this point. Kicks his armor away. And stands in front of him.
Stands up. What is your name, young man?
Tewaz.
It's good to meet you, Tewaz.
I wish I could say the same, honey.
She... You know what? Yeah, screw it. She's gonna try to headbutt him.
Go for it.
What would that be? A strength check? Something like that?
Sure. She headbutts him straight on. He falls back a little bit, staggers back, grabs his helmet. I suppose he was special to you too, huh?
Who could say, young man?
He looks over at you. This will be a hint, because there's no way he should be able to know this. You're Julius's mother, right? That kid. And he points over to Julius.
How do you know that?
Doesn't matter how I know, but you're Julius's mother. I can tell, because neither of you two can protect anybody important to you. Isn't that right, Julius? Shot your girlfriend out the sky. That was a fun one.
Damien looks down at Julius confused, and Julius looks at him. Oh yeah, good job. Good job. Good frickin' job.
How did that mech turn out for you?
Not too great considering the fact you destroyed it, but we have others. Thank you very much.
But in that regard, turnabout is fair play, right?
How is that little fine piece of ass doing? Did she die out there?
Julius grits his teeth. How about those 2 bounty hunters that you sent to that planet? Didn't really work out well for you, did it?
Well, they were expendable. He kind of walks over here, kicks Carter's helmet over this way. Don't think I care about them. I didn't. They were a means to an end. As Carter's armor goes rolling over this way more, it's just his helmet at this point. The rest of the armor's here, so I'll fix that.
Yeah?
Oh, it's Denaria!
What you...
Oh, back from the dead.
Yeah? How about Bayagona? Or Dagon? They mean nothing to you?
He looks at you and shrugs. Yeah, the Dagon one. Bayagona, I can see. You guys had luck on your side. But the Dagon, I don't even know how you beat him. I figured that'd be the end for you. And he walks here. Would have been a more fitting end than this. Look at you. Gestures to Ash. You're pathetic looking.
That's fair. And I'll give it to you. Our fight back then, that's what's fucking with me now to this day.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Well, didn't really ever heal right. Gotta give it to you. Damn good shot.
Thanks. I do enjoy shooting to maim rather than kill as he walks up to Davy.
Respect for the skill, right?
Perhaps. Okay. Well. It's been a real one, but for the headbutt, I gotta tell you, draws his revolver and blows Davine's kneecap out. Like I said, on your knees.
There's not much you can do except fall on screen.
Sorry, pretty thing. He kind of goes down, lifts her head up with his 2 hands by her chin and looks at her. It's not personal. At least not with you. These 2 clowns, on the other hand, well, they've been fucking things up for me for a long, long time. The dragon lady goes back into the dragon and the dragon's mouth starts moving. Just kill them. And Tewaz, well, I hate for it to end this way, but you did it to yourselves after all. And he starts moving back over here. Any last defiant words, Ash?
No, nothing at all.
Julius?
It always comes back to bite ya.
You hear Tewaz say, I tell you what, I'll take good care of that pilot girl of yours if I can ever get back near Gateway. Don't worry about her. She'll be in good hands. Dumbass. You see the dragon's head rear up, and a purple glob start to appear, and you hear a familiar voice over a speaker. And you hear, I'll take care of you! And a bunch of, they're called Astra, they're real-life missiles, believe it or not. Named after real-life missiles, start hitting the dragon, and it puts up its wings, screeching. Tewaz looks up at the sky. Where the fuck? And it's super overcast. He can't see where it's coming from. But there's a good enough pilot to shoot through it and get a direct hit on the dragon, staggering it back this way. Almost, I don't want to go fully off the map, but off the map, basically. She fell back from the force of the missiles. In the meantime, you see a yellow streak come through the blackness. And I don't know if Julius would recognize her, because only Ash and Icy talked about the armor, I think, right?
Yeah.
Either way, it's up. If you recognize, you recognize. Maybe you wouldn't even recognize at this point. It's been so long. Icy lands next to Tewaz, gets up on her feet. She lands like, I guess, like Iron Man pose or something. Didn't really think about it. And Teiwaz, you're supposed to be dead. He kind of staggers back in shock, goes for his revolver. Ash, you would know. You'd be able to tell. The armor leaves behind streaks, almost like a paladin's aura in WoW. So you can tell, Ash, it probably came from the forge. Because when you shoot your gun, I like to imagine it gives off something cool looking, right? Because it's a cool weapon. She puts her arms out at him, and these two cannons come out of the side. They're small, but she blasts him with her twin Buster Mac cannons, so very small Buster Mac cannons. And for the first time, so now you know, if your character's thought, like, oh, he's unkillable, invincible, he goes flying back, and you see his armor breaks, like anybody else's armor breaks. Big gaping holes, purple blood coming out. She runs up to him, and as she's running up, she puts out her hand, and a large mace kind of shoots out of the armor, and it spins out. I'll grab it here real quick. So it spins, and she smacks him across the face, finally busting his helmet, and you can see the side of his face, the purple, emaciated face, glowing purple eye. He flies back here. The dragon collects itself, kind of picks itself back up, goes to open its mouth to devour Icy. Teiwaz collects himself. And he's going to try to get rid of her like he did the other Spartan. He fires a glob of plasma at her. She catches it and throws it back into the dragon's gaping maw, who swallows it, and you see her throat explode. And you hear, maybe this is where you'd recognize her by the voice, but you hear she throws her arm out. Now, Pequod! And Pequod's going to do it again. Another missile salvo hits the dragon. This lady's gone. The dragon starts flying off. Throat exploded. Gets hit with a missile salvo. The Nova is here. It's come out of low enough to where you can see it. Teiwaz, I like to imagine this rock isn't here so you can see him. Teiwaz puts his hand out and traps Icy in almost like a diamond, a purple diamond or prism. And she starts punching it, and it's breaking. Hey, that's not supposed to be possible. He looks over at Ash and Julius, and the ship has landed now. Coming down with a nice 18 AC. Coming down from the docking ramp is Pequod, and there's a strangely familiar looking blue robot trying to grab her and keep her on the ship. And she, get off me! Get off me! And she pushes him back, and falls backwards onto his back, and she's maniacally laughing and almost crying at the same time. She's walking up to Teiwaz. That's what you get! Look at you! Dragon bitch all banged up! She comes over here. That's what you get! Who's the baddest bitch pilot in the galaxy? He kind of steps back. What the fuck? Wait till I get the Nova rearmed! She's punching the air. I'm gonna light you and your friends up! All your freaky friends up! Right beside you! Icy's punching the prism. It starts to shatter. Teiwaz looks back at you guys. I'll be seeing you again. And he summons a portal and looks back one more time as Icy's about to break the prism.
You look like shit too.
He does not say anything and disappears through the portal as Icy tries to chase through, lands in the mud, slides, and just gets up on her knees and stares up into the rain, hitting her mask. Pequod, hysterically laughing, turns to sobbing, falls into the mud.
Pequod?
She's got her hands in the mud, just crying into the mud. Icy collects herself, gets up, grabs her head and turns it so she can see Julius like this. And she and she starts crawling her way through the mud and just tackles you, causing you an immense amount of pain, tackling Julius. And she gives Julius the biggest...
Icy?
Icy walks over, looking at Pequod and Julius. Pequod still kissing Julius, saying, I thought you were dead!
I thought I was too.
Snarf, I don't know who they are, but God bless him! As he comes behind Davine and puts both his hands on her shoulder and looks at Carter's armor.
That's Icy and Pequod. They're part of Alpha Niner.
Icy comes over, kneels down next to you, and you feel her grab your robot hand, and she says, "What happened here, Ash?"
Big fight with a big bug like that dragon.
Right. She squeezes your hand. Why are you on the ground?
I can't move my arm and my leg. And I've been shot in the shoulder.
She looks at your shoulder. You have no feeling in your arm and leg.
Right arm, right leg, can't move them at all. I had a back injury. It didn't heal right, and the crash.
Pequod lying on top of Julius in the mud, causing even more pain because she's putting pressure on the blown open kneecap and twisted knee. Julius! She's just crying into it.
Hi. Can you get off, please?
No! As she screams in your face.
We're the only survivors, ma'am.
Icy looks back at the ship. Malcolm's dead?
Looks at Rick Carter. Yeah, he shot him.
Yeah, we all should have, I think.
He shot me.
He shot you.
Whenever that thing was flying near the ship, he screamed that I'd apparently thought I'd betrayed them, and he pulled out his Sequoia and shot me in the shoulder, ma'am.
Okay. Mercurius! Mercurius collects himself and gets up, comes over, picks Pequod off of Julius, and sets her next to him, and looks down at Julius's leg as Pequod just picks you up and grabs you again, Julius, and starts kissing you even more. And she's crying. She can't bring herself to...
Rest of the squad is KIA. One of them's MIA. We didn't find the body.
Alright. I see squeezing your robotic hand. I'm gonna go on the ship. I need to get on that ship.
Wait. My armor. Under the fold on my right chest, right side of my chest, there's a cube. We've got the thing that he wanted. You hold on to it.
He wanted a cube?
That's... Yeah, that's why he was after us.
Ash, never mind. Look, she squeezes your robotic hand tighter. I'm going on the ship. She pulls out a little syringe, sticks it into your neck. That'll help with pain for now. Stay here. We gotta get everybody on this ship. Who is... And she comes over here as she lets go of your hand. Comes over here. Is this Denaria? And she looks at Snarf. And he... No, this is Julius's mother, Davine. Icy stares at her. She's got her mask on. Keeps staring at her, looks at the Spartan's armor. I'll be back for that. And disappears onto the ship for a second. As Pequod drags Julius with Mercurius' help slowly over to Ash. And she kneels down and gives Ash a hug.
Hey, little sister. You look good.
Ash, I don't even recognize you.
Do I look that old?
The only reason I know it's you is because of that pompous voice.
Oh, I missed you too.
Snarf comes and kneels down next to Davine and still has his hand on her shoulder as she's crying. Pequod looks at Julius. What happened to you two?
Are you talking about the crash or everything else?
He looks back at the ship. Yeah, what? Just... We'll talk about it on... And she gives Julius another hug and pulls Ash into the hug. My god, Ash, you look terrible. You both look horrible.
Yeah, I feel like it.
Thank you, darling.
Can you, move the pressure on the left shoulder? That's the only one I can feel.
She lets go of your shoulder, pulls out a med kit, and starts covering the wound. Mercurius comes over to help. Thank you, Mercurius, as he looks down at Ash. He's helping. No problem.
You've got yours, too.
Yeah, both squads got one. We got the assistant robot. You guys got the frontline combatant medic robot?
We did.
Is he still in one piece?
A flattened piece, yes.
She looks down at you. looks up at you because she's fixing your shoulder. There's nobody else left alive on the ship.
Not that I know of. The only people that we didn't get to see the bodies of are Dr. Gonzalez, AI expert, alien shit expert, and Gorok. We didn't see what was left of him. Otherwise, everyone else confirmed KIA.
Snarf squeezing Davine's shoulder. I'm sorry, sweetheart. And when he says that, Pequod, wait a minute, did Icy say that's your mother, Julius?
Yeah.
You said she was, and she grabs you by the collar. Dead!
Yeah, I said I was 80% sure.
He looks over at her. That's my mother-in-law?
He,
Oh, soon to
and,
be.
the- and Julius starts to wince. He doesn't know.
And she, she kind of gets nervous as Icy comes back out, and Pequod says, what's wrong with her? Because she's crying into the ground, you know. Snarf's standing there trying to console her.
And he looks over at Carter's armor. They were together.
He was her Julius.
Icy hears this coming out, looks down at her. We have a lot of questions. Mercurius, ma'am, get them on the ship now. And start with Ash. He picks you up, this will hurt, sir. Picks you up, coddles you in his arms, and carries you to the ship.
Well, this is a familiar feeling.
You two get aboard the ship, Pequod Julius.
Yeah.
I need your help to get you up. As Snarf comes over, I'll help you, young lady. And she, who are you? And Snarf, Squad Sigma's engineer. We'll talk about it out of the rain. As they both pick you up, and she is just staring at you, taking you aboard the ship. And now the awkwardness. Icy comes over and puts her hand on Davine's shoulder and looks at Carter's armor. And with your permission, she's staring at his armor. I can't say I know how you feel, but with your permission, I'd like to get his armor for you and take you aboard my ship. And she's squeezing her shoulder to try and break her out of it.
Davine stops crying and just starts staring forward, stands up, walks over to his helmet, picks it up. Yes, please.
Icy collects the rest of it. Go ahead.
Icy, was it?
Yeah, or Nicole, whatever you prefer.
Thank you, Nicole.
So you're Julius's, and she's picking up the armor. Mom.
Yes, I am.
Well, as she picks up the chest armor, I know this is hard for you, but I have someone very special I think you should meet. Somebody that I think can help you in your grief period. As she picks up the rest of Carter's armor and puts out her hand. Come with me.
Okay.
Oh boy. So now I need to reveal other people. Hang on. And get rid of... No, I don't need to get rid of anybody. Oh, well, look who's still here. Ash, I hate
And
you.
him.
Alright, so... Goodbye, crazed Malcolm. Mercurius helps you all aboard the ship, and the layout is relatively similar.
It's cleaner.
Snarf with you guys. Here. Mercurius is currently the only one here with you in the room. He sets you down, and then he runs to his med bay, and you hear whispering. A lot of confused whispering from the bridge. And Pequod, are you sure that's my mom? They're delusional! And you can hear the whispers as Mercurius awkwardly stands in front of you.
I've missed this. You still got Valor, Snuff?
He hands it back to you. Glad I didn't have to use it. I ain't worthy to fire that piece.
Nah, nah. You got the balls to fire it. You're worthy. You're a good man.
You hear Icy yell, just go take a shower, you're tracking mud everywhere, and then we'll get to the bottom of everything. And Pequod, fine! And you hear her storming off! And she's, storming off, and Icy and Sunny come out, and they're looking at you. Mercurius goes to the med bay, and Sunny kind of comes up to you guys. Do you guys remember me?
Just thinks for a sec, looks down at her. You're Sunny.
That's right. She smiles. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Let me get rid of this. Here's the actual Davine token. You saved me.
Well, it looks like you just repaid the favor.
Well, that was Icy and Pequod. But I'm gonna try to help you as best I can. I'm Alpha Niner's medic. Doctor.
Isn't that what you wanted?
It is, but I never wanted to see you guys like this.
Yeah. Well,
You guys are heroes, as she comes over and starts inspecting Julius's leg.
Is that what they call it?
Icy stands in front of her, or in the middle of you guys, looking you over. Go.
If this is what being a hero feels like, I'm good just being a grunt.
Sunny smiles slightly at you, Julius. Well, you're heroes to me. You helped save me, after all. Whoever closed your wound here did a good job.
Yeah.
Do you mind opening your mouths for me? Icy steps back.
Okay. Opens his mouth.
First, she's gonna come to Ash. She puts a small, like the thing they put to push your tongue down, but it's a device. And she looks at the reading, and I thought so. Julius, do you mind?
Sure.
Yeah, looks over at her shoulder. Davine, Julius's mom, right? Would you be so kind? And she, she's pulling out a different one every time, not sticking in the same one, unsanitary like.
Davine raises her eyebrow.
It's just to check if you're nourished or not.
You could have just asked.
She sticks it in, tests Davine, and Snarf. None of us got anything to eat. And she goes to put it in Snarf's mouth, and okay, yeah, maybe that would have been better. As she steps back, and Icy, how does corned beef and raspberry iced tea sound?
Me? You sure?
Corned beef. She walks closer. Sandwiches. Puts her hand on your shoulder and looks at you. The mask is down. It comes up and down. Corned beef, sandwiches, and raspberry iced tea. And she's looking at all of you.
You're sure, ma'am? There's no need for rationing?
Sunny, rationing? And Icy looks at Julius. There's no... Did you guys have to ration this on your ship?
Well, we did. Garak and Malcolm, they didn't.
We've Julius, Davian, and Snarf and I, we've probably been on strict rationing for ever since the Dagon incident.
Wasn't that... And she goes to say, how long it was. There's no need to ration on this ship. You can have as many sandwiches and as much iced tea as you want.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. As she sees you start to get teary-eyed. Okay. Sunny, I'm gonna go get the... Yeah. And she walks off to the kitchen. And Sunny sits down next to you guys. So, are you guys... I realize you're not in good health. Broken leg, malnourished, something wrong with your back, Ash. But are you sure you're okay? Mentally?
Give me a few days, I'll be right as rain. I took it as a kid, I can take it now. And try to shift and not shift into another position, not be able to, and just slump back how he was.
How long were you guys out there as Mercurius comes with a wheelchair and helps Julius into it so he's sitting more comfortably? And it's a chair that has his leg lifted up so he's no longer in a lot of pain.
What's the date?
Well, I mean, since Dagon? It's been about 8.5 months.
So we've been... You see him thinking. I stopped counting after the first 14 months on the frontier. But if it's been about 8 months since Dagon... You see him thinking in his head. We had to have been on the frontier for 16 to 20 of the last 2 years. 20 months out of the last 2 years.
She looks shocked and blinks for a second, looks at Julius. Why?
I thought it was 22. And Davine tilts her head. I counted 21.
It couldn't have been more than 20 because remember we spent 1 month in Earth space required around the Geist mission. We spent about 1 month in main space for the couple missions we did for Gondar, and then we spent about 2 months of required time near Gateway because of the regulations. It couldn't have been more than 20.
Sunny stands up to let Icy come in. She sets down hot corned beef, mustard sandwiches, and everybody gets a tall cold glass of raspberry iced tea as Mercurius positions Julius so he can eat. And Icy, you guys are out there that long. Doing what? Just floating.
Floating, answering any beacons we got from backwater colonies. The few times that Agent O from the SIS was able to find us, we had missions for him. The last time we were anywhere near Earth was the Max Tech incident.
She slides a plate closer to you. Eat.
Tries to lift his arm, and at this point, the shock is worn off, so he can't even move his left arm. Yeah, I can't do that.
Alright then. She picks up the sandwich and sits next to you. Well, comes in closer. Eat.
Alright. And he's gonna start eating.
I'll feed you if I have to. Julius, eat. And she points with her other hand down to the plate. Looks at Davine and Snarf, and Snarf's already eating. Eat.
Davine starts to eat, but Julius looks down at it and looks at Sunny. You look like you need to eat it more than I do. You go ahead.
Her eyes widen. Doctors! Steps closer, orders. Eat. I had one already today.
Laughs. You sound like Eloquent.
Eloquent? That name kinda rings a bell. And I see, yeah, she's on Gateway. We've talked to her before.
That's Country. Eloquent was our doctor on the ship.
Oh. Icy slaps the side of her head. Oh, yeah. Whoop.
He's just gonna kind of look down. She's the only reason I'm here right now.
Sunny looks at you. Oh. Icy still feeding Ash. She looks over at Julius. Julius, eat. Just eat the goddamn sandwich. All of it.
Right. Are you sure you don't need it, Icy?
I'm positive. Either you're gonna eat it, or I'll shove it down your throat for you.
You could just tell Pequod he won't do it. That'll fix it.
She's in the shower, Ash.
You think she won't come out in a towel and force him to eat it?
God, I hope not. As she shoves the sandwich into your mouth. Please, Julius, nobody needs the food on the ship but you, your mother, and Snarf. Eat.
Right. And he's gonna start taking small bites.
Where's the rest of your squad?
Dead.
What? But what happened?
Wiped. She stops. Do you remember the bugs?
The xenomorphs, the acid ones.
MaxTech was... Long story short, MaxTech was breeding them. We were on their tail trying to find out where, who, and why they were breeding them. We did. She stops. My team's druid gained the ability to morph into them over time.
Right.
We walked into what we thought was the main hive on a small asteroid. And there was a breed of xenomorph I've never seen before. And it had powerful psionic abilities. And it basically took control of our druid and... Well, we stabilized after that, but then Tewaz showed up and... Yeah. I'd be dead if it wasn't for Pequod. Let's just leave it at that. And honestly, I wish she'd left me there.
I don't agree there. I'd never have gotten to see you again.
She shoves some of the sandwich in your mouth. There is a silver lining. And she gestures over to Snarf. Can you help him eat? And Snarf, yes, I'll help him. And I'll be right back. Just clean your plates. You do remember you're in the military, with the exception of Mom. And she gestures towards Davine. That's an order, right? So follow it. Eat. Yes?
As much as I can, ma'am.
Eat the whole thing and we'll get you some more painkillers, Ash. As she walks off, Pequod, finally out of the shower, hair wet in a tracksuit, comes storming out. Julie! At the top of her lungs.
I never thought I'd be so happy to hear that noise.
She grabs Julius from behind and kisses his cheek.
Hey.
What happened? And she looks at all of you. Even Snarf looks up at her as he's continuing to feed Ash.
We're chasing the same guys you were, turns out. The cult. Big dragon.
Cult?
The cult. You keep asking that. You don't know. You know what's going on. You have to. You had to have read the reports.
Pequod looks at you. Reports.
We should have been sending reports back to EarthGov about it. I had written many out about what was going on.
Sunny looks at Julius. Looks at Ash. There's no reports. We didn't even know Tewaz was involved with the Xeno... and she stops talking.
I gave them to Malcolm.
Pequod squeezing Julius from behind tighter. Nobody knew what you guys were doing. I honestly thought she kisses Julius on the cheek. You were dead.
He didn't send the reports.
What happened?
Our mission was to find Ebenezer. You know, the squad leader.
We knew that. Yeah.
We started tracking him down and discovered that there was a cult. What were they called? The Cult of the Firstborn. It turned out there was an offshoot from that. They're looking to... There's some ancient entity, like a god, for lack of a better word. It's sealed behind... jailed behind a black hole. They're trying to let it out, and we were trying to stop them. That's what Dagon was, the big fish thing on Earth. That was a demigod of that thing.
Icy comes out. There was a report for Dagon. It was classified as a natural occurring feature of the planet Earth that had been slumbering there for millions of years. Not a deity.
Well, that's report's full of shit. We had to summon a time dragon to kill it.
Icy's back is to you guys. She's doing something. And she says over her shoulder, take a wild guess who submitted the report.
The same jackass who didn't send mine.
Icy turns around slowly as promised. Comes over to Davine. I realize your arm's broken, but you look like a strong enough woman. I'd like, and she slides the baby into her one good arm, you to meet your granddaughter. And Pequod looks over at her shocked. This is baby Lazuli.
Davine's eyes widen as she sets down her sandwich and holds her with one arm. Granddaughter?
Icy puts her hand on her shoulder. That's correct. That's your granddaughter, baby Lazuli. Named after the woman that trained Ash and Julius.
Davine's eyebrow shoots up. A woman named Lazuli trained Julius? I told her that you taught me the basics. Good, yes.
Granddaughter looks over at Julius and Pequod.
Pequod, I wanted to tell you, it was him who didn't want you to know. She puts her hands up and lets go of Julius. My hands are clean in this. And she comes over, hi, Mom. And, looks right down at Davine and comes in for a slight hug with her and the child.
You're really lucky I can't move either of my arms right now.
Keep threatening me like that, and I won't ask you the thing that I wanted to ask you.
So at this point, you notice there is a pronounced baby bump in Pequod's belly as Icy says, you're gonna have a grandson soon, ma'am. Looking down at Davine.
Davine just sort of like slumps a little, holding the cut child. I'm only 40.
Icy laughs. Well, Julius likes to have his fun and puts her hands on her hip.
Well, that's something to make sure I get better for. After all, who's gonna spoil Julius's kids if I can't walk?
Icy chuckles. I figured she'd help the mood. She giggles and looks up at Davine and Pequod, leans in. I'm glad you're not dead, Mom, and gives her a kiss on the cheek. I've known your son for 5 years. We were in the Headhunters together.
5 years, Julius? 5 years. Jesus. Yes, they're 5 years.
Actually, 7. Counting the 2 on the frontier.
Pequod, yeah, that's true.
Glares at Ash. Yes, Ash, 7.
There is nothing you can do to put me in more pain right now, Julius.
Fine. We were gonna ask you to be the godfather, but I guess you don't want to be.
You thought you had to ask about that? That title was mine before you even thought about it.
Pequod gives Davine another kiss on the cheek. I'm really glad you're not dead. I always wanted to meet you.
Julius. 7 years, Julius, and you didn't tell me? Mom, we had things going on, Mom. Colds, malnutrition.
Icy speaks up, trying to take your side. They basically were dead for 2 years. They had almost no and Pequod contact. And Icy, yeah.
We were outside of relay range for 99% of the time we were on the frontier.
Pequod, I never saw you listed on the manifest for Squad Sigma. What happened to the direwolf? You guys had a combat direwolf, and Snarf. Oh, it's a long story, baby. Rubs the back of his head as he goes to lift up another piece of the sandwich to Ash's mouth.
Ash is gonna. I'm not touching that one, Julius. You get to explain that can of worms.
Julius goes to explain it, but then Davine cuts him off. I'm the direwolf.
Icy looks down at her. Pequod looks down at her. Sunny looks over at her. Oh, well, and they all murmur. They can't figure out what to say.
Julius,
we have a lot of questions.
Julius did tell you about the curse that changed me into an animal when I helped him, correct?
Pequod, if he did, and grabs the back of her neck, I don't remember. I've spent the better part of the past 2 years crying and depressed. And Icy, oh yeah, I can testify to that.
Well, that's what happened. I was cursed.
Icy reaches down to little Lazuli and pinches her chin. Well, I'd say the curse is lifted now. So, Pequod comes back over to Julius. Your mom's really cool. And starts hugging Julius again. I was kind of scared of her at first.
You don't know that.
You should be.
You don't know the half of it.
Pequod lets Julius go, comes over, looks at Icy, and Icy picks up the baby, holds her, and Pequod lifts up Davine's good hand and puts it to her belly.
So, grandson, yes?
Grandson? We haven't picked a name yet. We just know it's a boy. We're going to be a boy. Couple months' time.
Julius looks over. I actually have a name in mind.
Then Pequod perks up. What's that? It better not be Hunk.
God, no. He looks over at Davine. Carter. And Davine begins to tear up and puts her good hand up to her mouth, and starts to stand up to walk away.
Icy, why? As she's trying to walk away, why don't you stay? And tries to hand her the baby. She needs you now. She needs her grandmom.
She sits back down and holds the baby.
So we're all that's left of both squads.
Icy looks over at you as she looks back down at Davine. Every kid needs a good grandma. Comes over here. Yeah, we're all that's left. In fact, Mercurius comes over here, pulls up his wrist computer and shows you guys, all the logs Alpha 9 had. We had no idea about a cult, or monsters, or losing your hand to deities. We've been in the dark as to what you guys have been doing, and Pequod, that's correct. There's been very few reports that came out of the Majestic.
Well, right about now, I wish I'd been the one to shoot him.
Icy, shoot. Oh. Yeah, I had 2 chances on Taurus myself. Should have taken them then.
Think of how many dozens I've had.
If you'd please be so kind, Snarf, as he moves out of the way. I'll be back in 1 minute. She goes into the kitchen. Pequod sits down. You finish most of the sandwich. Snarf moves. He's sitting in a chair or something. Mercurius gets him a chair. Boom. And Pequod, nobody knows anything about a cult or anything like that. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 reports, but nothing to indicate a severe threat like you're saying. We believe you.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. This thing? You remember how, there's the old fossils and stories of dragons of the chromatic and, metallic varieties? And of star children? Yeah, this thing is what wiped both of those out. The Star Children gave up their race to seal it behind that fucking void.
Icy comes out with something in her hand and a spoon, and the spoon hits the ground. He goes back in to get a clean one. And Pequod, and there was never official reports made by anybody?
I have reports. They're probably saved on my wrist drive.
She starts typing on your computer. I think I found them.
Every mission I made a report of. The same I did in the Headhunters. Good. Gives you something to do when there's nothing else to do. He didn't send a single one of them.
Icy comes out as far as the rest of EarthGov knows, and Pequod, including my father, and Icy, it was Max Tech just trying to essentially back the UIR into overthrowing EarthGov, more or less, and Dagon was written off as some type of beast.
Yeah, all right. Max Tech was run by the cult.
Pequod thinks back. That would make a lot of sense. As she looks down at Julius's leg and then looks back up at him.
You know the big robot, the one that was stolen when we were in the Headhunters, that you saved? Yeah.
I saw you fighting it in the Tall Geese, Ash.
Yeah.
You guys were on the E-Net.
We were. We saw each other that day. Yeah, that's the cult too. It looks like Tay was... That thing gave him some power. I don't know how to explain it. Like a warlock, but something more powerful.
Icy, move, Pequod. She comes over and sits next to Julius, leans her head on his shoulder. Icy sets down a plastic, container, a small one that fits in her hand. Opens it, and puts the spoon in. Raspberry sherbet. Open your mouth, Ash.
She's just gonna look at it and start tearing immediately. Okay. And opens his mouth.
Sonny, why do you guys cry at the sight of food? She starts choking up too. Please don't tell me you didn't eat anything.
Gonna take a bite. Actually, tears start rolling down his face as he swallows. For what? Again, pretty much the whole time we were on the frontier. The only real thing we had to eat was bread, water, and I took to growing potatoes on the ship, the ones that Sasha gave us. And
Pequod kisses Julius. I'm so sorry. Tears falling out of her eyes.
Oh, that's not true. One of the few times we were on Gateway, I managed to spend a lot of my personal money to buy hundreds, thousands of crystallized lime packets that we dissolve in our water. It kept us from getting scurvy.
Icy puts another scoop in your mouth, looks back at Snarf, and it was hell on that ship. Hell. And she looks back at you guys. So he didn't let you eat.
No, he gave us bread and water. We got to eat that. He had to keep his strength and his mind up, so he and Captain Gurok, they were eating full meal, 3 meals a day of actual food, proteins, vegetables, sometimes as nice as steak dinner.
Pequod crying into Julius's shoulder, apologizing.
We had a lot of good potato sandwiches.
Sonny, that explains the malnourished look. And Icy, explains a lot. And puts another spoonful to Asher's mouth, waiting for him to open.
He's gonna take the bite and swallow it. It was like that with pretty much everything. The majority of the crew was on strict rationing, but him and Gurok, they got the lion's share. I'd have all the 90% of the components and credits we got in went to them.
Icy looks down at your armor. That would explain that piece of garbage you're wearing.
This was a suit of Helion armor I purchased around when the Dagon before the Dagon.
Yeah. Hold up, Ash. You purchased it. This stuff's supposed to be provided for you.
We had it.
Like, you purchased that with your own money? She kind of scoops another scoop and puts it to your mouth.
He takes the bite, savors it, swallows. Yeah, we had an armory when the ship we first took off, but not long after, he deconstructed everything in it. Armor, weapons, everything. I had to purchase this with my own money, and it's only thanks to the ingenuity of myself and Snarf there that it's protected me at all.
She looks back at Snarf, and Snarf nods his head, looking up at the baby, and kind of tickles her stomach as she laughs a little bit. It was hell. I can only describe it as hell. Malcolm went mad. Maybe he was a little mad when it all started, and everybody's a little off their rocker, but over time he lost it. And Icy looks at Julius and you and back at Julius. He lost it? Like, for real.
Clinically mad.
He started to call himself a colonel. Just completely skipped over major.
She has her mask down, her eyebrow raises. He was a captain.
He was a captain. He demanded that we refer to him as Colonel. As time went on, the name would change. He demanded to be called Colonel Chance, Globnock Chance, Colonel Globnock, Big M,
Big and Sunny M.
Big M.
They look at each other, and Icy, you can see she's just seething with anger, and she shoves a spoon in your mouth filled with raspberry sherbet.
Almost gags as it hits the back of his throat, but swallows anyways. He also started to call us by various names. The most common for me was Nick Ash. Julius began to be referred to as, I believe it was Tristan, or what was the other one?
Monkey boy.
Monkey Boy.
Monkey boy! As Sunny looks at Julius.
To keep sanity, I had a pull-up bar in my room. He actually allowed me to have a pull-up bar in my room. And I would just, like a trapeze artist, hang on it, swing on it, you know. He walked in one day, and from then on I was, get down from that, monkey boy. Help me pick up this box. Go Omega, Tristan.
Pequod Omega Tristan as Mercurius pours Julius a nice hot cup of tea and hands it to him.
That's a story in and of itself. I believe Snarf began to be referred to as Sam at one point.
And Snarf kind of looks up at you. Sam, Snurf, Sniff, Smelf. Yeah, sometimes just random things like Box Boy, Toolkit. Yeah.
Yeah, and Davine, he actually got her name right for the most part. The only other thing he called her was his wife.
And Snarf, yeah, well, I kind of kept it to myself, because, you know, it was he had a thing for her. If you ever saw the inside of his room, he was constantly watching the cameras on her. I know it's creepy, but yeah.
Yeah.
Icy, and Icy just, you see her lips mutter, Jesus H. Christ, as she scoops more for a head.
Takes the bite. He, oh, gods. The one that I very nearly killed him over was, everything he would deconstruct. Anything he could, because he said he needed every component possible for Gurok's armor. The day he deconstructed everything in the armory, while we were asleep, he went in and did that, and he opened my personal locker and deconstructed the rifle Sasha had given me.
Icy and Pequod look at each other. Pequod puts her hand over her mouth, and Icy, you know, every time she looks right in your eyes, every time we see Sasha, she always brings up what you were doing and if that rifle was helping you or not.
Well, it saved our life. It saved some people a couple of times before that.
Yeah.
I had to sleep with Ravage and Valor under my pillow. I couldn't let him get his hands on either of them. One, Blaze helped me make them, and two, Valor went in the forge.
When you say Blaze, you don't notice it, but Pequod looks down at the ground. Julius, you notice it. Then she comes back and wraps her arms around you and lays her head in your shoulder. And I see, yeah, I kind of figured my armor went in the forge too. Good thing he didn't get his hands on that.
He tried.
Your pistol or the forge?
Both. When
Sonny chuckles a little bit. This is getting worse and worse.
we were on Gateway one of the few times, and I had obtained a suit of armor. I didn't know it, but it was old, hundreds of years old Ranger's armor. I had spent some components to unlock it, and had been wearing it. Any armor's better than just a trench coat, right? I went into the Ranger area, and General Lorelei informed me of what that armor was, and that I had been a bit disrespectful unintentionally, so I gave it to her. At that time, Malcolm had come in and basically demanded that we get her engineer, Lizzie, who didn't make it. But we had gotten her. He went off to show Lizzie her place on the ship, and I was discussing it. In reward for bringing the armor, she let me use the forge. As we were walking in, Malcolm teleported in behind us and attempted to put his staff in the forge.
Icy looks over at Julius, back at Ash. She can't even bring herself to talk. As Snarf, it's all true, young lady. And Icy, we believe you. Trust me.
As for the pistol, yeah, he's gonna motion to it. I can't really pick it up to show you. But, late into the time on the ship, probably, what would you say, Julius, 3 months ago is when this happened? But, he demanded Valor and said he needed more components for Gorak's armor. Or Globnok is what he was calling him, but Gorak's armor. I finally just said no. It isn't within his rights as captain to order me to give over personal property to be destroyed. He proceeded to look at me and say, "It's treason, then. Pick up a steak knife and charge at me while screaming."
Icy, you're okay with recounting all this to the Arcane Council, right?
Okay with it? I was going to beg that we get to. I want to. They need to know what their hand-picked West Point star was like.
Icy looks up at you. It's not their fault entirely. The leader of the council, and she looks over at Pequod, is your least favorite council member, Master Chance.
At that point, even though he's in pain, hearing that, Ash kind of bunches up his left hand and smacks it on the table in anger, and then doubles over in pain at the stupidity of what he just did.
Icy grabs your hand for you. Settle down, trooper.
Chance. I'm going to kill him.
He'll have his day in the sun. Looks over at Sunny, and Sunny, very soon. Pequod looks at Julius and gives him another big kiss. Julius! She just starts crying again. As the baby's chuckling and laughing and looking up at Davine and grabbing at her face.
Julie starts petting Pequod's hair as Davine starts doing the same to little Lazuli.
Mercurius comes out with a cupcake and sets it down next to Julius. Eat.
I already ate the sandwich.
And Icy looks up at you. Eat the goddamn cupcake.
Julius looks over at Icy. Fine.
Mercurius watches you eat it as he walks over here and pulls a void shotgun out and flip cocks it, and he hands it to Icy, puts it on her shoulder. Cleaned and zeroed, ma'am. And she takes it, looks at it, and starts flip cocking it. Tewaz dropped this when he ambushed us in the hive. She flip cocks it again. Shotguns aren't really my thing, but aims it not at the baby, so she's aiming it this way. I can make use of something like this. Flip cocks it again. What's Ash doing right now?
He's just looking at it. We found one of those.
She flip cocks it again, Terminator style, pulls the trigger, you hear the click. What happened to it?
I wanted to take it because gunslinger that can be shot in one hand, I could have made good use out of it. The captain and Gorak decided it would be better utilized by being given to our Mercurius unit.
Pequod, wasn't your Mercurius the melee fighter? We got the assistant. You got the melee medic healing fighter.
Yes, it was given to Gorak's personal heal robot because Malcolm had ordered Mercurius to listen only to Gorak during battle. So, it was a personal heal bot.
Icy takes the gun and she waves it in front of you. What's Ash doing? Not with like a kid. She's just like in her arm, like wafting air with it. What's
He's just
Ash
looking
doing?
at it. You said it's not your style. Do you mind? I could make use out of that, at least if I could start to move normally again.
She flip-cocks it in her hand, catches the barrel, and hands it to you. Well, holds it out to you. Mercurius comes over. This will hurt. Sorry, sir. Jabs you with something that returns enough feeling to your arm so you can move it.
He's gonna slowly grab it. Are you serious, ma'am?
It's all yours.
He's just gonna pull it in and hold it. Thank you.
And Snarf, he never got anything. Julius never got anything. I was the engineer on the ship. I came up with a lot of ideas. Granted, some of them kind of out there, but for people's armor and a serious threat, we had to come up with bleeding edge ideas, and I would say a fair estimate, ma'am, 98% of the components and credit income went towards Malcolm and Gorak, or whatever he was calling him on Korkron that given day.
Korkron.
Icy Korkron. As she lets go of the rifle and lets you hold it and is just looking at you.
He started referring to us as Korkron. It was during the. Was it the? It was during the fight where we rescued General Rico's wife. As we were going on, he yelled Korkron to move out, and we didn't know what he meant.
Pequod whispers in Julius's ear, "Imagine that. That's a big plus. You rescued my mom. You could tell my dad that." She kisses Julius's ear.
Julius nods.
Take them down, Julius.
Oh yeah, when he left you in that room and ran away, we went leaving you with 3 people to fight.
That was fun.
And then we got jumped by, what do they call them? Elite cultists? Champions, I think it was. And they jumped us, ambushed us in the hangar. I stood in front of your mom, keeping her safe, while Malcolm hid in the corner next to their healer, got hit once, and then ran and hid in the tunnel, deeper into the ship.
Icy pulls out 5 glowing shells. This is all the ammo we recovered for that weapon, Ash, but here. And she hands them to you.
Thank you.
And Snarf, that's the most he's gotten in a long time. Wait till you hear about the gunsling armor, ma'am. And Icy looks down at him and, "You can just call me Icy." And he, "Oh, I don't have to call you Colonel or Korkron or High Overlord Chance." And she, "Just call me Icy or Nicole. We don't do the whole song and dance military thing on my ship." And he, "God bless you, young child." He grabs her and starts crying into her stomach, and she, "What the fuck?"
That one was fun. The cultists, we met most of those champions, the armor was fused to their person. But 2 suits were able to be salvaged. One, Malcolm took. It was wizard armor, it made sense. The other one literally had the words, I believe it was Mark 21B Gunslinger armor emblazoned on it. And he gave it to our ranger, ma'am.
Icy squeezing the back of Snarf's neck, rubbing his back with the other hand. I guess he didn't like you.
No, well, he shot me, so there's that.
Mercurius puts his hand on your shoulder. Buddy protocols activated.
Thank you, friend.
Pequod looks at Julius. I could have and she just Starts crying into Julius's shoulder again.
2 years, my hand, a broken back, and how many people dead? And for what? Nepotism.
Icy looks down at you. Yeah. She pats Snarf on the back. You need to let go. I need Ash in the medbay. I need to see what's wrong with his back. Snarf, yeah, sir. And then he sits down and starts playing, he's poking at the baby, having a good time, looking at Davine and Icy. All right, Mercurius, pick him up. He picks you up. We're going to the medbay.
Okay.
Icy points to the table so Pequod can sit down with Julius, right in between mother-in-law, and son, and you go into the medbay with Mercurius. Put you on the bed. Icy standing in here, and Sunny starts beginning a scan. Meanwhile, Pequod's sitting between both of you, looks at Davine, looks at Julius, looks at Snarf. I am so glad. I just can't believe it! And she goes and hugs Davine again, this time a full throttle hug, pulling her in.
Oh God, yes. Pequod was your name, yes. I'm happy I'm alive too. And she looks down at little Asley.
I wanted, Julius told us you were dead. I know we've been over it, but at least my daughter, your granddaughter, will get to grow up with you around. And she squeezes her tighter. The baby laughing, Snarf crying tears of joy.
Yes, well, it was understandable that he would say I was dead when we didn't have the best relationship, and you're very strong for a little girl.
And she, I work out. Tried to stay in decent shape, but then we got pregnant again, and the one time Julius was back on Gateway in the past year, Julius! As she turns and glares at Julius, letting Davine go.
I'm so sorry.
She looks back at Davine. I think Carter would be an excellent name. She pats her stomach.
Davine starts to tear up again. It's based off of a good man.
Pequod looks over. The Spartan. At Julius, the Spartan, she whispers.
He nods.
She comes over and gives Davine another hug. I'm sorry, Mom.
It's okay, little one. I'm not focused on that right now.
She lets go of her. Well, I can't believe we're all back. I tried to get Julius and Ash on this squad and failed. And then she looks down at the table. Miserably failed.
Well, of course there are silver linings to everything. If he wasn't on Squad Sigma with Malcolm, I would not have been found by him as a dog.
Pequod smiles and takes her hand. We're actually gonna be a family! And Snarf, yeah, Malcolm, to this day, I don't know what to call him. And when I call him the wrong thing, he'd have Globnock and threaten to kill me. Some days it was War Chief, High Overlord, Clan Leader, and Pequod. I'm the Clan Leader here. And Snarf, I think the Captain is, right? It's an inside joke in here. I'll get to learn that in time. He awkwardly chuckles. Meanwhile, in the medbay, Sunny's scan finishes, and Icy looks at the x-ray, and so he hit you in the spine with an armor piercer.
Yes, ma'am.
You notice now she's reading a journal. She has a journal hanging out of one of the sockets of her armor, and she's reading one. And about what date, if you can remember? Or give me something, a name, wherever you fought him, something.
What was the planet name? It was a planet. It was right after we rescued General Rico's wife on the Black Star.
Okay, I'll work from there. She starts paging through the journal.
It was
Sonny looks at you, Ash. And he never sought to get you treatment?
We got treatment on the ship. Dr. Eloquin, she was a magic worker. She managed to get me through whatever surgery we could do on the ship, and the healing tank. She managed to get me back in fighting shape. But
Sonny, it wouldn't have lasted for long. You need to have these fragments removed. The force of the impact of the ship and Icy caused more damage, which is why you have no feeling in your arm and leg.
There was shots in me.
7 to be exact. She looks at you and closes the book. Ash, why would you 1v1 Tewaz?
I didn't.
You can't take him.
I didn't intend to. We landed on the planet, and he separated me through the same portals that he used to get away from the group. It was either fight or die.
She looks at you. Okay, I understand. Mercurius flips you over so you're not lying down, face down, and Icy opens the journal again. Well, puts Eloquin's journal away, pulls out the captain's log, and opens a page. And apparently, Malcolm tried to leave you for dead. And she's pointing at the journal or the captain's log, and you can see written, "I tried to leave Ash on that planet, but those blasted Spartans made us scale that spiral citadel, and we found him."
I didn't know that. He'd never told me that, but yeah, Carter and Nick, they found me and got me to Eloquin.
Icy closes the captain's log. He really didn't like you.
No, he didn't. I knew that. A similar thing happened with the hand. It got torn off in the fight with Behagona. He, at that point, accused me of leading them into a trap and lying about the injury, and he grabbed at, saying it was an illusion, grabbed it where my hand would have been and grabbed nothing. And then when I went to pick up my severed hand, hoping to reattach it, he kicked it off the edge of the platform we were on.
Sonny's mouth agape, Mercurius hand on your shoulder, and Icy lets out a huff and walks out of the room.
But Eloquin, her and that robot, other than Julius, were really the closest things I had to friends on that ship. Without her, she managed to give me that, and looks at the robotic hand. She gave me that. I kept fighting.
Sonny looks at it. Yeah. I don't know a lot about robotic prosthetics yet. Still studying, but yeah. And she's like holding your hand, and no therapy? Nothing?
No physical therapy. That would have meant staying on Gateway, and he wanted to be on the frontier. The closest I got was the simple exercises I could do in my room without any weights.
I see in the middle of the room, I see Pequod land a ship. She's looking at her wrist computer. Pequod gives Julius a kiss, comes over, kisses Davine's cheek, and I know I keep repeating myself, but I'm just really glad to meet you, Mom. And she's looking right in Davine's eyes.
Yes, I'm glad to meet you too, Pequod.
She takes Davine's hand as Snarf takes the baby, and so is Carter, and puts her hand right on her stomach again. And so is Lazuli.
I'm glad to meet Lazuli too.
Pequod, I have to go land the ship. Autopilot can only do so much. She winks at Davine. I'll be right back. She goes up, starts landing the ship, and Icy, get Ash out of the medbay. It's time to see the council. Mercurius picks Ash up.
Okay.
Sonny comes out of the medbay. Can I stay here? And Icy, yeah, you stay here.
I can bear weight on my left leg. Can you just let me maybe carry me in so I can be as close as I am to standing? Because I want to look them in the eye when I walk in.
Icy looks at Mercurius, he looks at her, and Icy, do it. And he slings your arm over his shoulder so you can move a little bit. The ship lands. Pequod gets behind Julius. I'll push you, sweetheart.
Please do.
Alright. Before you disembark, Sunny comes out and takes Lazuli from Snarf. I'll take care of her while you guys are in there. And she looks over at Icy. Give them and Pequod hell. And Icy, yeah. Yeah. And Pequod, you know he's gonna not. And she pushes Julius up. Snarf walks up. Come on, Davine. He's gesturing to Davine. You know he's not going to believe anything because that journal isn't official documentation. The captain's log, he's probably just going to say, and Icy, I have a plan. Trust me. You land at Sword Base. You find it after 2 years. You're in the room. Hang on. Icy opens the both doors, walks in, walks up to the table. They're sitting at the table. The Spartans are up here, just, hands over the balcony looking down. They look, body language, shocked at the sight of Mercurius drag. I don't know why. Oh, yeah. So we have the new Julius token. Okay, perfect. I'll push you all up. There you go, Ash. Mercurius standing there. Pequod's got Julius in place. Davine next to Ash, Snarf next to Pequod, and Icy grabs the table and flips it onto the other table. And Master Yen, huh? And everybody's looking up at you now, and this Spartan, you hear him chuckle. And she comes up, drops a bunch of dog tags in front of this guy, and he, what is this all about? And some of them are bloodied. And those are the dog tags I could recover of Alpha 9. My squad is wiped out. I await my discharge. But before I get my discharge, Master Yen, you see him mutter, discharge, and she slams the squad Sigma dog tags in front of Master Yen. And you see him blink and shake his head. That's what's left of squad Sigma. This lady looks confused. This guy looks angry. And the tree lady looks very confused, as now the Spartan's body language is concerned. And Icy stands here, gestures to Ash, go.
Oh, yeah. I hear you guys haven't been getting any information on what's been going on.
The elf lady speaks up. We thought, this lady cuts her off, you were lost in an asteroid storm, or a solar flare took out the ship. We haven't heard anything from you guys since Dagon. I mean, and Master Yen is looking down at the dog tags, slowly picking them up, staring at them. No longer with glassed over eyes, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. We were on the frontier, light years away from the nearest relay. Malcolm, he didn't want us anywhere near you guys, because if you were near you, then there was people who outranked him and could tell him what to do. He's been lying in his official reports, or just outright not letting you in on what's actually going on. There's the thing we've been dealing with, that was a Calamity Wars level threat, and he didn't tell you.
There is awkward silence for about 30 seconds as you see Master Yen picking another dog tag up and reading it, wiping some blood off of it, staring down at it, blinking. This Spartan and the elf lady, okay. Slow down. I understand. You're upset. You have every right to be. Let's take it one step at a time, please. Alpha 9 is dead, and Icy, I've already sent my official report. I'm not repeating myself. And she... Fine. So, Squad Sigma. Why were you out of relay range so long, sweetheart? And she's looking right at you,
Apologies, ma'am. In a lot of pain right now. Would you like me to start at the beginning and work my way there?
Master Chance. Yes, start at the beginning. First of all, before you start, where is Malcolm?
Dead, thank the gods.
He stands up. Thank the gods.
Yeah, your
Dead.
Your grandson shot me in the shoulder. Right before our ship got knocked out of the sky by a dragon. Sir.
He looks at you and looks at your shoulder and sits down.
So
And Master Yen's still slowly looking at every dog tag, slowly coming back to reality. You can keep talking. He's staggering over here to look at the other dog tag.
Apologies. I just think I have a bit of a right to be angry at him in this moment. We were given a mission to find Ebenezer, correct? That was our mission. We tracked him to a planet where we found out that he was investigating a cult. I believe we had you look into them at one point, the cult of the Firstborn.
The tree lady speaks up. Yes, they're a peaceful group that owns a space station.
Well,
You went there and that was corroborated.
were a peaceful group. The group at that station is gone, wiped out, murdered mercilessly. I assume you knew that massacre happened.
The elf lady... No, we didn't.
Well, what else you didn't know is that they were murdered by an offshoot of that cult. More violent. You see, they worship a deity that is behind a black hole. Turns out this deity is real. And this thing, we have corroborating evidence. You can check my notes on it, and I believe we have a journal that'll corroborate this. We came to find out that this deity that they worship was sealed behind that black hole millennia ago by the Star Children. This thing wiped out the Star Children and the metallic and chromatic dragons of the past, and nearly wiped out all life in the universe before being sealed away. This thing has 3 keys to it. We happen to... I see if you could, and points to his armor. Get it out.
She pulls it out, and she says, they have 2, this is 1, and from Dr. Eloquent's diary, which I have right here, she holds it up, there's another one out there. She sets it down in front of him.
Any combination of 3 will let it out. We fought one on one of their colonies called Bayagona, a being that was apparently created by this deity. It took my hand and nearly killed us. And then you mentioned the last time we'd seen you. Dagon. That was another creation of said deity, not a natural occurrence. That thing was pulling us into its void. We had to use a time dragon to defeat it, ma'am.
This lady looks at you. That explains the missing time on Earth. A brief glimpse of missing time. But Earth has... Time Dragon? She's shocked.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, and MaxTech? And the Xenomorphs that they've been working on? Yeah, MaxTech is run by the cult. That's why we assassinated the leaders, but it turns out it didn't work. Oh, and Tewaz, the one who helped wipe out Icy's squad. Yeah, he's working for the cult. He's been modified by them. At this point, I'd say he may even be powerful enough to rival any one of you in a fight. But they didn't know that, and they got wiped out because they went into a situation they didn't know anything about, with lacking context and information. So, it's impressive, actually. Not writing his reports managed to get not 1 but 2 squads wiped out.
the elf member of the Arcane Council speaks up. The Black Star? It was not UIR remnants?
Oh no, that was Max Tech and the cult. That was hovering around a planet where where there was a temple about this being. It was. That's where we ended up getting into a fight with Tewaz that gave me a broken back that I
Pe-
got injured.
Pequod speaks up. My mother was involved in the Black Star mission. She wrote a report, and she told me she forwarded it to Malcolm to forward to you guys. As Master Yen's clutching dog tags looking at them, and the cube sitting in front of it.
All of this is corroborated by my personal reports as well as Dr. Eloquent's diary, ma'am.
Malcolm, he speaks up, shot you. And you see the Ranger Sequoia hit the desk from an underarm pitch from Icy.
Aye, with that, right there, he accused me of being a mole and then shot me right as the ship got knocked out of the sky.
He looks down at the Sequoia, doesn't touch it. Icy comes up, opens the cylinder so he can see the missing bullet, and moves back.
You can run the ballistics. I think that'll confirm it, sir. You'll
He
have
looks down at it and looks at you angrily.
You'll have to pry the bullet out of my shoulder shoulder joint, but you can test the ballistics. Captain Chance. Towards the end, he began losing his grip on reality and demanded we refer to him as Colonel. Was not of sound mind nor a very good leader, if I may say so, ma'am.
The elf lady puts her hand up, please. What, in your best summation, what exactly happened on that ship for the past 20 some odd months? And if you would be so kind, let somebody else talk. Julius, please?
The first 3 months, it was pretty normal, what you would expect on a ship run by EarthGov, you know. Then the rationing started. Me, Ash, the ranger named Denaria, and the other people, everyone except for Malcolm and Gurok, in fact, all had to ration our food. Then, you know, we had to grow our own food using potatoes and everything like that. Then Malcolm started to lose his grip on reality.
Snarf speaks up. It's true. Sorry, Julius. Keep going.
You're good, Snarf. You're good. It started off small, you know, asking to be called Colonel instead of Captain, completely skipping a rank.
Colonel, as this woman speaks up.
Colonel, man.
Or Corcron, as Icy's paging through Eloquent's journal. High War Chief, High Overlord, General, Commandant, Admiral. Keep going, Julia.
I'm not sure if it's in there, but I'm pretty sure he made us call him Ensign at one point. He started to call us all weird names. Me personally, it was Tristan. I don't know where he got that one from. And Monkey Boy.
This lady, Monkey Boy?
Yeah, trapeze. I had to do it around my room. It was a long story. At one point, I had used the Forge, and I got an Archfiend symbiote that bonded with me. And to use it sort of hurts me. It just drains me of most of my vitality. He would ask me to
Go Omega, Julius, as he would say, to help lift boxes around the ship.
Master Yen's still slowly looking at the dog tags. He got the ones from over here. The elf member. And, Ash? Now, if you'd be so kind?
Well, to go
He
over-
lost his mind. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. He began acting very paranoid towards the end. It looks down at his armor. You can see there's a device attached to my armor. He called it a pager. He had each of us carry one at all times because he wanted to only converse on secured channels. I don't know what a pager is. They never worked, but he thought that me, you, everyone was against him trying to help the cult.
This guy speaks up. And what evidence is there to suggest you didn't just put that on your armor? And Icy, apparently here in the captain's log, dated 6 months ago. I'm waiting for my fax from Grundark. Fax machine in Mercurius, a device from the late 19th century and early 20th century.
He started using that. Grundark, or that's supposed to be Gondar. He was waiting for Gondar to message him about more bounties because he wanted components to pour into Gurok's armor, and only Gurok's armor.
The tree woman. Only Gurok's armor? The late addition to the squad?
As Snuff has put it before, about 98% of all components and credits that came into our group went to that man's armor. If I had to make an estimation, I'd say his armor was more advanced by the time everything went down and looks over there, than theirs. Beyond bleeding edge.
Snarf speaks up. You remember that fabricator you sent us? And they all look at him. I don't think we ever used it. That should tell you. We never had free components. The only other time we used allocated components anywhere was to our stealth drive, which was very advanced thanks to... And he kind of looks at the ground and closes his eyes. Lizzie. But... yeah.
Also, the armory you supplied us with.
The tree lady speaks up. Correct. Filled to the brim.
He deconstructed everything in it, including a couple pieces of my personal property, and put all that into Gurok's armor as well.
This guy, that's what you say. And Icy, ah! Dated 7 months ago. I will deconstruct this sticky detonator launcher, and Globnock will be nigh unkillable. The true vanguard of my... Korkron?
Korkron. He referred to us as Korkron from time to time.
Elf lady, Korkron, sweetheart?
I don't know, ma'am. He just, at some points, would just make words and noises up.
The tree lady, can you describe, to the best of your recollection, his activities and demeanors towards the end?
Towards the end, he would, when he wasn't singing the praises of Gurok, he would be on the ship just in the captain's chair staring out into the void of space for hours on end. The only time that I didn't see him there was when I was in my room or asleep. I assume he was there all day, every day, ma'am. Or he would be eating. He became unstable and irrational, ma'am. There was I mentioned it to Captain Icy, but there was an incident in which he demanded, and looks down at my pistol, Valor, right there, the one that I had gotten from the forge. He demanded that it be deconstructed for Captain Gurok's armor, and I told him no, that this is my personal property, and it's not within his power as a captain to do that, to command that. He looked at me and said, "It's treason, then." before screaming, picking up a steak knife, and charging me.
The tree lady screaming? The elf lady, was he screaming obscenities, stuff like that?
No, just just a guttural scream like "Ah!" at me, and then Kato, a Spartan, grabbed me, put me in my room, and stood guard at the door to prevent Captain Chance from stabbing me, ma'am.
Icy's helmet comes down, so her face is out now. And the elf lady, you keep calling him Colonel. About how long did he think he was a Colonel, High Overlord? He never was promoted. You realize that, right? He was a captain.
I do now. Probably the latter half of the time we were on the frontier, ma'am.
The tree lady looks at Julius, and he didn't give you guys anything to eat besides bread. And then when she looks back at this guy and says water, as he's staring at her and then looks away.
Yeah. There's a ranger. Sasha is her name. Before we left, she gave us each a bag of potatoes. We had to learn how to grow potatoes to basically survive.
There's nothing said by them. Keep going.
We also spent our own personal money on crystallized lime packets that we would mix in our water because we were afraid of getting scurvy.
This lady mutters something to herself. This lady... lime packets.
Yes, crystallized lime, like you'd put in a salsa, ma'am.
And your hand and injuries were never treated outside of the ship.
No, ma'am. The hand was cut off, and well, it could have been reattached had he not kicked it off of the platform we were on. And the back injury, he said he didn't want to risk not being ready or being around those who would harm him on Gateway, and so I didn't get the necessary surgeries and physical therapy it needed to fix it, which is why I'm in this state now.
The tree lady speaks up. Nobody else made it off your ship?
There's two MIA, a Dr. Gonzalez and Gurok, and then the rest are KIA, man.
The elf member. What of the black box? The data recorder. And Icy, I went aboard the ship. That's where I got these journals. And the dog tags, as Master Yen's staring at her now, and back at the dog tags. The black box is missing! It's in the back of the ship. It was on the back of their ship, and it's gone. This guy looks at her, and then looks over at Master Yen, and look back at her. It can't be gone! And it's gone. The back of the ship was still intact for the most part. It's gone.
That's not possible. It couldn't have been Tewas. Could it? Maybe he had somebody there with him? I don't know. In all honesty, the events after the crash are a bit of a blur. Shock will do that to you.
The elf woman, tell us! And she gets a slight smile of Malcolm's toolkit. Would you be so kind as this guy?
Well, I got this, Ash. I got this. Let me tell you about Malcolm's toolkit. He had about 4 toolkit spells. Haste, which did help. Mage Armor. Polymorph, if he was feeling a little spicy that day. And then... no, yeah, I think that's it.
Flight.
Other than... oh, flight. Yes, thank you, Ash. Other than that, it was fireballs and lightning bolts all day.
Cone of cold if the other two didn't work. Oh, and mind you, the mage armor and fly spells were used exclusively on him. Oh, and,
There's crickets going off in the background.
oh, and I learned something interesting. Malcolm was a divination. Or evocation, apologies. Evocation specialist, correct, sir?
Nobody says anything in the Elf Lady, that's correct.
Did you know that evocation spells, the immunity of allies within the radius of them, is tied to the level of difficulty the spell is to cast?
Indeed, I would know that, sweetheart. Just get to the point.
Well, I found that out when he threw a fireball and I got torched.
Silence again. As Icy, you hear pages turning. And I see Captain's log dated 1.5 years ago. I almost got Ash, but I accidentally aimed the fireball too far to the right and clicked the temp whatever the bug's name is. She closes the book, so clearly he was losing his mind quite a while ago. Or he just really didn't like Ash.
That was during the fight with the Geist. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah.
Why? The tree lady speaks up. Why didn't he like you, Ash? Was there an altercation? Difference in philosophies? Something like that.
A difference in philosophy for sure, but we never got into that. The best I can guess, early on in our time there, he walked up to me and asked for me to tell him about myself so he could better utilize me. One of the few times I'd say it was legitimately good leadership from him. I began to tell him, I'm a gunslinger by trade, worked as a bounty hunter for a while, and I've been in the military for about 5 years now, and he gagged, told me to shut up, and then ran to the bathroom on the ship, and I could hear him vomiting, ma'am.
This guy scoffs. That's preposterous, as Icy. Dr. Eloquin's journal. I had to administer Malcolm Dramamine pills. Turns out it was not the ship that was making him sick to his stomach. Malcolm claimed it was Ash and his backstory. And you see this guy shuffle in his seat and set his hand down on the table and huffs.
What is that now? I see 6 occurrences that are corroborated between the 2 journals?
There's more. We could go all day. 2 years on the frontier as she scans all of them with her eyes is a long time. And this Dr. Eloquin woman, bless her soul, kept everything in this book, and she puts it down on the table in front of this guy. Apparently her and a Dr. Gonzalez were planning to have Malcolm OD on morphine the next time he took any damage in a fight and needed medical attention. However, apparently he didn't take too much damage because he spent a lot of time running away. And she looks over at Davine, or at Ash past Davine and Julia.
Oh yeah, and you can't even, nobody here can claim that that's not the case. That was broadcast on the E-net. The fight with the Torgies. If you look in that, you can see him running away from a single man in power armor. He found an atlas of endless horizons and basically exclusively used it to teleport away from enemies and keep as much distance between them as possible instead of supporting us in battle.
For the first time ever, Master Yen, he's not like dementia Yen. Endless horizons? When did he get that? That should have been returned here for study.
That was... Do you remember how we were sent to infiltrate a mansion and kill the man who lived there?
And the tree woman... No, sweetheart, we never got a report on that.
Oh, I thought you had given us that mission. Apologies. Well, no, that was from O. That was from Agent O. Apologies, I'm... still not all there yet. I apologize. He found it there. It's where Julius found that dragon hide belt he's wearing. One of the few times we were allowed to keep... him or I were allowed to keep something we found.
Did you find, from the tree lady, anything in Master Yen else? Any other great sun These things should have been returned, not utilized for study, and then, if need be, they would be given out to the appropriate magic user.
We found 3 hats of disguise, a cloak of the manta ray, the Endless Horizons book, Julius's dragonhide belt, slippers of spider climbing, a fan of winds or gusts, I believe is what it's called. There was a couple others that went, a moon blade, a...
Moonblade? Master Yen looks at you.
yes, that was given to Gurok. A void shotgun, much like the one I'm carrying, void infused. Some unknown magical type that was given to a Mercurius unit. A ring of shooting stars. A suit of...
Now, Master Chance speaks up. Ring of shooting stars?
Yes, that was on Malcolm's hand at all times. A suit
That's
of...
impossible. You are making it up. I see. Malcolm's log? 9 months ago. I'm going to propose to Davine with my ring of shooting stars. End quote. And he shuts up.
Oh, that's not even the craziest one. We found a magical suit of armor of Starchild make. That was given...
And what happened to it?
Oh, it's currently in 2 pieces aboard our ship after the ranger who was wearing it got torn in half in the crash.
Icy clears her throat. The ship sank into... There was dormant quicksand that the ship crashed into. The rain from the atmosphere, the ship sank underneath. I don't think those bodies will be recoverable, considering the depth that quicksand probably is. The elf lady... Dear God!
There was also 2 suits of armor, both made by the cult. They were given to champions of their cult. If he had given you the report of Miss Rico, you would have seen that. One of them was Malcolm's, he took it, and the other was given to our ranger, despite having the word gunslinger printed on it.
Dear God! Master Yen is staring in shock as Pequod slams her foot on the floor, crosses her arm. You should have let them join Alpha 9. And Icy, I concur. Think of that. Thousands of request forms. For nothing. For Malcolm to do this. And she gestures towards everybody to them. The tree woman, who... If Denaria is dead... Forgive me, I never had the pleasure of meeting Denaria, but if she is dead, who is this woman? And she points at Davy.
God, you weren't told about her. Right. Hey, Mom, you want to introduce yourself? Davine nods. I am Davine Rainfall, Julius's mother. I was most likely the combat dog you were told about.
What? Master Yen looking at the cube and the dog tags. This lady's saying, what?
Oh, yes. There was a curse placed upon me that turned me into an animal. First it was a rat, then a dog. The squad found me on Pegasi 5, and I came along with them as a sort of pet combat dog. They later learned that I was who I was, and a man named Towns on a planet that, because we had no fuel reserves, because Malcolm did not want to go back to Gateway to re-up our fuel, we landed on their planet, and a man named Towns changed me into this.
We can check the captain's journal to corroborate that if you'd like.
The tree woman, and you were fighting with the squad. This lady, unpaid? And Icy, apparently here in Malcolm's journal, he was jealous of, forgive me, Davine, Carter, and Davine being in a relationship. Apparently the Spartan, one of the Spartans, had to buy Davine clothing of his own money because Davine was not being paid. And Master Yen, we would have paid her if we knew! And this guy... And the tree lady, please continue. Either of you. Actually, I have a question. Can you recall, to the best of your recollection, and if you can't, it's okay, when you started to notice Malcolm losing it? The first instance, if you will. Take your time, one at a time. Julius first, or whoever.
For me, it was, oh god, I don't know. Probably... At one point, something traumatic happened to me, and a combination of malnutrition and what happened, I went a little crazy, and I was telling him about my past because it had to do with it, and he said something along the lines of, "But Davine wasn't the one who was experimenting on you," when I had just said that. And I thought it was odd at the time. Makes more sense now.
They look at you, look over at Ash. To the best of your recollection, sweetheart.
Probably, if I had to put it into one word, probably the assault on the Dark Star 1, man. His plan, it was nonsensical. He wanted Denaria and I, the two long-range fighters, to stay behind in the hangar as he, our exoframe rangers, Xerix, and Julius and Gurok ran through the entire thing, rescued her, and then Arcane gated back to the ship. He even commanded me, ordered me, "Do not move from this spot, Ash. If you do, you'll be court until you see me again. If you do, you'll be court-martialed." But the Arcane Gate would have taken him back to the ship. So you can see that there's a bit of a conflict between those orders.
And the Arcane Gate was learned from the Atlas of Endless Horizons, now lost. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
More awkward silence from the room.
Oh, I forgot one magical artifact, ma'am. I see if you could. It's around my neck.
She comes over.
They called this I believe he said it was called an unnatural selection orb.
She takes it to the tree woman, drops it in her hands, who recoils at the touch. And this was acquired... where?
That was Bayagona, correct? I think.
Off of, and I see a deity. Not a big, and she takes the orb back, monster. And this guy will be taking that as she puts it back around Ash's neck and steps here.
Come take it off me if you'd like. I can't quite give it to you. I don't have mobility in most of my body due to injuries I didn't get care for.
He stands up, starts walking over, and Master Yen, "I think we've taken enough. Wouldn't you say?" And he comes over, and you can keep... I wish I knew your name, son.
It's a Sharion, Master Yen. We've met multiple times before.
Perhaps. A vague... It's been a fog. Poor child. And he looks at Julius. "How much pain are you in?"
Oh, tremendous amount, sir, but I'll be okay.
He looks up at Pequod. "Aren't you Rico's daughter?" And she has to fight back from laughing. And "Yeah, I'm Rico's daughter. We've met before." Oh. Guy walks up to Ash. He walks in front of him. "He'll be keeping that. Sit down, you old bastard." And he sits down without saying anything. What's all this about Nicole, I haven't seen you in so long. Puts his hands on her shoulders. You've gotten so much bigger. She doesn't say anything. Have you perfected the spells I taught you? Back when you were a little rambunctious child. And she, yes, Master Yen. And he gives her a hug. What's all this about discharge? You won't be leaving. I wouldn't know what to do without you. And this lady, I think he's almost back to, and this lady, normal. And this guy, and he hugs Icy and they hug. And Icy looks over at Ash. I told you he was my favorite.
I can see why. Well, it's a pleasure to officially meet you, Master Yen.
Oh, likewise, I comes over to Ash after letting Icy go. I won't have any of this discharge business. She was the best captain we always had after Hunk left. Speaking of which, what happened to Agent Hunk? Don't tell me he died in the line of duty.
No, he disobeyed an order from Mr. Chance on a mission after he was ordered to leave a young woman to just be brutally murdered. He ignored that order and ignored another order to keep a dangerous and possibly world-ending weapon around so it could be studied. And then was, from my understanding, you and the other two members of the council managed to argue against Mr. Chance dishonorably discharging Hunk, sir.
Master Yen picks up the cube. I have no recollection, and the tree lady, he got an honorable discharge, and he's married to Major Lasley. The Master Yen, Major Lasley, I'd like to see her. Haven't seen her in a coon's age. As he hands you back the cube. Well, you two boys kept this safe. I can think of no one better. Please take it.
I suppose, sir, but it's not going to be much use. We don't have a squad anymore.
He sits back down in his chair. That is a problem. 3 squads down to not even a fully operational one. And Master Chance finally speaks up. Fine. Keep your orb and the cube. It'll go back to Gateway. No cult can get out of there. However, I don't believe... Nicole, hand me the captain's log. She hands him Malcolm's log. I don't believe any of this. This captain's log was written in pen, on paper. As you can see, it's a book. You know what a book is, Private Valorius. You could have wrote this. Slams it down on the table. This Dr. Eloquent woman, she was not part of the original squad.
Yes,
For all we know, one of you two made this up. And he slams the book down on the table.
Oh, and did I shoot myself with your grandson's pistol, sir?
That can't be confirmed until we do ballistics, young man. And I see... No official documentation, right? And he... Without official documentation, she stops it. I have official documentation. Types into her wrist computer. Trooper, if you would be so kind. And you hear somebody say, yes, Captain. And you hear a door open. Ebenezer comes through the door in a wheelchair being pushed by one of the guards. And the British guy stands up. You're alive? Master Yen, I haven't seen Ebenezer in a coon's age as well. The elf woman is shocked. The tree woman is shocked. Even the Spartans up here are shocked. The trooper stops. Ebenezer looks up at Icy, and Icy... Now's the killing blow, yes? And he, you got it, baby girl. Light puts his pipe in his mouth. You hear a Zippo lighter open. Icy lights the pipe for him. And he indeed, I am alive. Master Yen, I am so confused. The tree woman... One of the few official reports we got on you was that you were dead. And everybody goes quiet as the trooper... Glad I don't gotta stay here for this. And leaves and disappears. Ebenezer, I can corroborate 4 months worth on the Majestic. So, not everything in those books. But I am in fact alive. 2 of my Spartans are alive. And my intelligence officer alive. we were aboard the Majestic, floating in the unknown regions for quite a while. Ash, I've been listening. In the back, would you care to, what was it he grabbed the steak knife and ran at you, yet?
Yes, sir, after claiming I committed treason.
Nicole, my dear, she pulls up on her wrist computer and the footage plays from a Spartan's visor, one of his Spartans. And this guy, he goes from an annoyed look to, I'm done. Look, like a concerned look. Malnourished, if you don't believe what their physical forms state. They ate bread and water, as did I. The tree woman, you were only on the Majestic for 4 months then, and Ebenezer, then one night, these two and the rest of the crew probably never knew what happened to me and my Spartans and my intelligence officer, because most days they were sequestered to their rooms, isn't that right, boys?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Ash especially was not allowed to converse with people during my time on the ship because Malcolm deemed him a traitor. Malcolm landed us at a small independent colony, told us we were getting a taste of civilization, guided my Spartans, my intelligence officer, and me off the ship, told us he was going to get the rest of the squad, and then took off. And Icy. And then, 4 months later, a Deep Space Ranger Frontier team picked up on his Spartans' burst transmissions and picked them up and brought them back to Gateway. And everybody stopped.
Written by Julius and I indeed, sir.
I have more video clips if you'd like, Master Chan. He just doesn't say anything and stares right at Julius.
Please, Ebenezer, show a few more. I think it would be very enlightening for everyone.
Oh, yes, I'd love to see these, sir.
Sure! Why don't I show you a private conversation? One of the few. Malcolm almost acted as if I wasn't alive. Do you know why? Because he didn't want a higher ranked member on the ship. I'll show you this. Pulls up his wrist computer and you see a private conversation play where Ebenezer's telling Malcolm, we need to go back to... No! We're not going back to Gateway. We're buckling down and getting it done, Eb. Even if I have to kill Ash myself. He's a traitor! He swipes to the next video example. Watch this. If you don't know what an Archfiend is, go Omega Tristan! He pauses the video. That's Julius, not Tristan, yes? Go Omega Tristan Julius and move my private steaks into the freezer. And then they see Julius transform. That would be Omega Julius, or Tristan as he was called on the ship. They're all watching in shock. Anything else? Past 4 months, I was on the ship for 4 months. Do you recall anything while I was there, boy? I have quite a few files, as does Nicole.
Wouldn't that be one of the times in which he demanded we call him, a rant in which he demanded we call him Supreme Overlord Chance? Wouldn't that-
Indeed! He starts playing it. Everybody sequestered to the engine room as Malcolm is telling them they are now part of the Korkron. Do you know what a Korkron is? They all shake their head. Good. Me neither. He was that far gone.
Do you have recordings of the, for lack of a better word, sermons that he would play over the loudspeakers at all times of the day?
I do! He starts playing some. I even have footage of him watching, and he gestures past Icy to this woman, Davine. That's Julius's mother. Watching her all day. As he starts playing it, and you can see in the captain's cab, one of Ebenezer's Spartans snuck in the room and was recording. And he would do this all day or sit on the bridge and stare out into the void. All day.
He also yelled at you one time for teaching the child we had aboard how to float, yes?
Indeed, he did. He didn't want me teaching anybody anything. It was his Korkron to lead.
I wonder, do you have footage of when he threatened to put you and I in the airlock if you continued helping me get the hold of my magic?
I do, in fact! Icy pulls it up on her wrist computer. It plays, they watch shock.
Yeah, I had enough free time sequestered in my room that through just sheer studying of what little I could find that didn't require the E-net, I learned how to use limited magic.
This lady is smiling slightly, and this one is nodding her head, tapping her fingers on the table, looking at him. And Master Yen is looking this nice old guy, finally with a scowl on his face, Master Yen, looking at this guy. And this guy's just staring right at Ash.
You know, nothing impressive, but I can now cast a couple cantrips and the spell Hex, ma'am.
You hear the sound. It's treason then, Ash. As they play that clip. Anything else?
I'm trying to think. Do you have footage of him requesting to be called Big M?
I believe I do. And Icy, actually, this one is my favorite. As you can see, Ebenezer's intelligence officer got footage of Malcolm going into Julius and Ash's room, grabbing 2 pictures that were taken back at Raven Rock 2 years and some change ago, and then airlocking them. As you hear him say, "Yes, Globnock, now. Eject those pictures from the ship. They don't need women, they're a distraction."
That's where they went. For context, that's the only picture Julius and I had of our families and our respective fiancés. That disappeared. What, 6-7 months ago? At this point, Ash is starting to tear up a bit. I haven't seen her face in that long.
Awkward silence throughout the room. Ebenezer, so I'd say, and Icy, the jig's up. And this guy, I bet you two are very proud of yourselves. And Ebenezer, yes, and Icy, we are. The Spartans look down at them, and Icy, well, I'd say it's time to do something that should have been done a long time ago. Spartans, as one comes down, this one comes down, this one comes down, they walk down the steps, they don't leap. And the leader of the group here says, don't make us activate our RC crystal shielding. Just come in, and he comes up peacefully. And this one comes right next to him. They surround him, guns drawn, and he, fine, puts his hands out, they cuff him with something that drains him of his magic energy, and Master Yen, I'll see you at your court-martial, Master Chance, as they disappear up the stairs. And Ebenezer, thank God.
Thank the gods indeed. You know, there is a silver lining in everything, despite Malcolm's complete incompetence. There are multiple planets worth of people that we were able to save. That's what matters.
The tree lady speaks up, for now, but... And the elf lady cuts her off. It'll all be for naught if... We believe you about the cult, but... We have to, and the tree lady, do something. And Master Yen, I got it! Now I remember! That woman stormed in, and he points at Pequod, stormed in here saying something about gods and moments and wanting everybody on a team. Yes? And Pequod, yeah. And he, well, here's our team! He stands up. Look at them, they're ready to... And he looks at Julius's leg, and then over at Ash, and then look at Davey. Damn.
Get me the surgery I need. I'll be right as rain if you want that to happen, sir.
Icy crosses her arms and no discharge required. You can lead them. You can. God, if I was only lucid back then! And the elf lady, yeah, you should have just taken your medication, idiot. And the tree woman, or went to therapy, like we were trying to tell you. And he, forgive me, Julius! And he comes up and grabs your shoulder.
Yeah?
I mean, look at you, you're pregnant! Puts his hands on Pequod's belly. Snarf kind of chuckles. Forgive me, young man!
Oh, you did nothing wrong, sir. It's not your fault.
Walks up to Davine, forgive me, my beauty, and takes her hand to kiss it.
She lets him kiss it, and she bows respectfully to him.
Dear God! You look terrible, all of you! This won't be easy, and the tree lady, there's no official documentation. Funds will take time to appropriate. And I say, I've got it covered. I'll take them on my squad. It'll be Alpha 9. The tree lady, well, there's not quite enough of you for a squad. We could make suggestions. I think Master Chance had a book somewhere of, potential recruits that Master Yen was supposed to keep track of, but his dementia. And I see, no, we'll pick the members. Or I'm not doing it. They get quiet, and Master Yen, fine! Fine, you pick whoever you want! And he comes up and he hugs Icy. They embrace for a while, and he pats her on the back. My little Nicole, all grown up. Pick whoever you like! Here, come, Ebenezer, I'll push you to your new seat. And he's struggling to push it. What do you mean, new seat? Well, there has to be 4 of us. There you go! I'd say that's... looks good on you, and sits down. Squad Sigma! It's going to be a long haul, and he's looking at Ash and Julie.
Been through the same thing before, sir. If I can make it through my childhood, I can make it through this. You've got your man.
Icy looks at Master Yen, and then at the tree lady and the elf lady. I have a feeling I know who's going to be suggested for my squad. I will need help in political maneuverings. And this lady, well, who do you have in mind? And Icy, Rangers. And Ebenezer, well, I can be the political maneuvering of the council, but I've been gone for more than 4 months. And Icy looks at Ash. Ash, do you have a good rapport with the Ranger General?
The Ranger General, yes, ma'am. The rest of them, maybe not as much, but the General, yes.
Okay. When the time comes, we might call for help. Something tells me, and Pequod, Sasha! And I say, yeah, and I assume, and she looks at Ash. Saris?
Yes, yeah, of course. Almost excited, of course. She's actually in the Rangers now.
Yes, she's on the frontier. Icy speaks.
Not, like us, right?
No. She's actually part of Lima's squad. That's the squad, apparently. And Dr. Eloquent's journal, you ran into and helped fight Illithids, Mind Flayers.
Yes, they're doing well then. So Saris filled the role of one of theirs, the one who died on that mission.
That's correct, Ash.
Okay. Well, that may help. I actually have some rapport with that group.
Icy looks at Ebenezer, looks at Master Yen. I want Hunk. And the elf lady, Agent Hunk he's kind of, and the tree lady, he came to visit us a while ago. A dad bod would be putting it lightly. Icy, it's his full reinstatement. He won't probably accept captain rank, so full reinstatement with pay, or I'm not doing it. And Master Yen, done? It's not even a question! And Icy points at Davine, full back pay for 2.5 years. And Ebenezer, done. It will take time to appropriate, but she has a big paycheck coming her way.
Pequod, do you think you might be able to see if you can call in favors with your father as well?
Pequod looks down at you. We're gonna be team gods if this fucking moment stands. Throws her arms up in the air. It's time for the jacket, Icy. And she, oh god, I don't want to wear that.
Come on. It's alright, not that big of a deal.
Master Yen, jacket? And Pequod, I have official military jackets made. I've been waiting for this forever. Thank you, you crazy old turtle. And she hugs him. I'm not crazy, but that's fine. Great, just stop the cult and you can have whatever you want. I'll take you out to dinner. And your children that you apparently will have soon. She lets go and walks back next to Julius. One of you, my kobold friend. Snarf, I'd prefer to stay with Davine, Ash, and Julius. And Icy, I'll keep him. I want an engineer. And he did good? Then yes, let's get them back to Gateway. Relax, have fun, see your women and girlfriends and whatever you have, and have a good time.
If I may make one request.
Of course!
The highest posthumous commendations and awards we can give for Spartan Carter and Dr. Eloquin.
Everybody gets quiet, and Ebenezer, I'll see to it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the elf lady comes up, kissing Julius's hand. Please forgive me.
It's okay, really.
The tree lady, I have some prickly thorns, honey, but something tells me you're used to pain. And she's hugging Ash. I'm sorry, sweetheart.
You have nothing to apologize for. You didn't get to choose.
Master Yen, the council is in a much better position now. They let go of their embraces. The elf lady comes and kisses Pequod on the forehead. You're damn near royalty. She looks down at Julius. You're marrying into royalty, basically.
Don't I know it?
Have you met General Rico yet?
I've met him. I assume Pequod has told him by now, right?
And Pequod, Snarf, help Julius back to the ship and disappear.
Ash is gonna laugh. He pinned a medal to your chest and doesn't know.
I thought he knew. I didn't mention anything because I thought he knew.
You're
Snarf, I'll push you back to the ship, buddy.
You're so fucked.
Snarf is struggling to push. He's a little kobold guy. I can't. And Mercurius comes over, helps him. Icy moves past Davine, picks up Ash, throws him over her shoulder. We're going home, Ash.
Home. Okay.
Home. They watch you leave as everybody leaves. You get to the ship, but it doesn't take too long, and ship docks! And you're in the apartment from a long, long time ago. Icy's still carrying Ash over her shoulder, and Snarf, is this an arcane council? And as he comes up here, squad apartment. Is that a dog and is that a husky being walked by a drake? And you hear as the dragon comes out and picks Snarf up, and he's screaming. And Icy drags poor Ash in here. Zanzibar, let him go. He lets him go, and the dog comes up and starts angrily barking at Julius because he does not recognize Julius.
Rocco, come on.
He's just barking away as Icy sets Ash down in a bed. There is medical equipment set up. Pequod, here you go. Hands Leslie to Julius, to Davine, pushes Julius up to Rocco, and he starts sniffing you. He doesn't recognize you. It's been so long.
Julius actually starts, like, tearing up.
That makes me
a little depressed. And he starts petting Rocco.
He starts warming up to you, and Pequod, yeah, it's been a long time. She snaps her fingers so he follows, brings you into the room with that. Mercurius pats Davine on the shoulder and walks down here and starts getting food ready for the Drake and Rocco. As Snarf's walking around, you can hear him, "This place is incredible!" He's just shocked. "We were supposed to have one." As Sunny looks up at Davine, "Are you coming?"
She's looking around. Yes, this is all just a bit new to me.
It'll be your home. It's basically a luxury mansion.
She puts a... Actually, she wouldn't have a free hand. She just says, home. For me.
For you, your grandchildren, your daughter-in-law, your son, his friend, your captain, all of us.
She just nods. Oh. Yes, well, I should probably go check on Julius.
She comes behind her, puts her arm around her back because she's too short to reach around her shoulders. "Walk with me!" She walks up. We're kind of takes her down the grand stairs. "A family!" As the Drake looks up at Davy. And Sonny, that's Zanzibar. He's a guard Drake to make sure Icy's a virgin.
Right.
He comes up, starts sniffing Davine. "Sonny, we're kind of a family. You're a late addition, but better late than never. Most everybody here knows each other from years ago."
Right, yes. I heard Julius and Ash, they saved you somehow?
"Yes, they did. I'd be dead if it wasn't for them, Icy, and Hunk. You'll meet him. He's Julius's dad."
Cyrus?
No, Hunk. He's like Julius's, father figure.
Oh, right.
He's married to Major Lasley. She trained Ash and Julius back during their time in the Headhunters. As the Drake comes over and tries to give Davine a hug.
Davine lets it happen. He's very affectionate.
He likes girls. He's protective over women. Very protective.
Right.
"Well, soon you're gonna get to meet the whole family." She brings him down. He comes over and starts sniffing Snarf, and Sonny takes Davine into the room. Is Nick back? I think he's still AFK. Okay, so anyway, Pequod has you all set up in a beautiful recliner, Julius. The most comfortable recliner you've ever seen. And Pequod, can Julius hold her for a second? Looks at Davy.
Yes, of course. It's his child.
She takes her and hands her to Julius. He didn't get to see her much at all.
Julius is just holding her.
Yeah,
She looks up and smiles and says, "Dada!"
Oh, Julius starts... He starts crying.
Icy looks over at crying Julius, props Ash up in a bed so he doesn't have to lay flat. Sunny comes over, hooks some machines up to Ash, and unfortunately has to hook some just for vital signs and stuff like that up to Julius as Julius cries. And Icy, well, it was a long time coming, but we're finally all back together.
We are.
Pequod says, "We've grown a lot closer in your absence, Sarah, Sasha. When you guys left a void." And Icy, yeah, a big one.
Left a void for us too. At least you had each other to fill it.
Speaking of the family and everyone, how's like Lasley and Hunk and Blaze? How are they? And Integra?
Pequod, oh. As she comes down and kisses the baby and sits next to I'll move, sorry. Sits next to Julius, watching him hold the baby, and Icy, Hunk and Lasley are okay. Blaze died about 4 months after you first hit the frontier.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He died. I wasn't around much. We had our own missions, but for the most part, I'm sure they could tell you more about it, Ash. But yeah, he's dead.
I wish I was there to see him off at the end.
Pequod, Commander Integra is, as Sunny gets a recliner ready for Davine, lets her sit down, and Rocco, sitting right at her feet. Commander Integra is not in a good way, Ash. From Pequod, excuse me.
Well, what's going on with Mom?
Icy pulls out a tube and opens it, and she sniffs it, and so Hunk tried to send you these, but apparently Malcolm, you were too far out. Malcolm didn't want any packages delivered. She presents a cigar from the tube, cuts it, open your mouth.
He does.
She puts it in, lights it with her Alpha 9 Zippo lighter. There you go.
Thank you.
So, Mom, Commander Integra, and Pequod, I don't want to talk. You have to see it, Ash. We don't know what it is, and I see depression led to guilt, dementia. I can't tell you. She basically survives by the graces of Lasley and Hunk. She lives at Raven Rock alone now.
What happened to the headhunters?
And Icy crosses her arms and lights your cigar again, because she's not great at lighting cigars, and then lights a cigarette off your cigar. Well, Ash takes the cigarette out of her mouth. They're gone.
What happened?
Takes a long drag off her cigarette, looking at you. Commander Integra kind of lost her mind, Ash. She lost it when you guys left. Like, really lost it. Not Malcolm level, but she just can't function. And the headhunters went under, and Pequod, my dad can't find anybody to replace her. Her shoes are unfillable. She was excellent with young talent. I mean, maybe Captain Jiren, but he's the shield of the army. They need him there.
I need to see her. I can't leave her there.
Snarf comes in the room. This place is incredible. And I see, yeah, you know, wherever you like, and he comes up and starts crying and hugs Icy again. Yeah. We'll go see her in due time, Ash. We're gonna, yeah, I promise you I'll take you to see her. I don't think you want to see her, though.
No, I'm not leaving her there. One way or another, I'm getting her out of there.
And I see, well, I don't want to make you guys feel any worse than you already do, but the only reason she's still living there is because she was told Ash and Julius would come back to see her someday. That's why nobody can get her to leave.
Ash is gonna start shaking. Do you know what my one regret is, Icy?
She shakes her head no.
My one regret is that I did not get to be the one to kill that bastard.
Icy sighs, yeah. Should have did it on Taurus when I had the chance.
There's a part, you've heard about me. There's a part of myself I'm not a fan of, but I really wish Malcolm could have gotten to meet him.
She slides your bed closer to the window so you can see. I like to imagine it's like a shield around the ship so you can see out into space, and it's not just, a closed off area. You can see down to Earth and everything like that. And she... so Carter killed him?
Yeah, Carter shot him after he put a bullet in my shoulder.
She looks at you. Well, I think he got what he deserved. At least that. There is that.
He didn't get a fraction of what he deserved. Carter gave him a quick death. He deserved worse.
Icy puts her hand on your shoulder. You're probably right. He never liked me, Ash.
No, he didn't, because you were naturally good.
Too young to be a captain, I believe.
Yeah, the idiot. That idiot said Lazuli was washed up.
Pequod, Icy, and Sunny all ha! At the same time when you say that.
I mean, he called Hunk an idiot, but, I mean, a broken clock, right?
Yeah.
But... we don't know about our afterlives. But... with him... I really do hope that the 9 hells exist. Because if they do, he's going to the deepest, darkest pit of them.
Hopefully him and Garak, yeah? As she looks at you.
They're gonna need to make a new lair for him.
The baby looking up at Julius, touching his face, keeps saying, Dada! As he's crying.
Davine looks over. There is something that I need to tell you about the child. We might need to paint some runes on her. She will have Blood Hunter abilities.
Pequod looks over at Davine. So she'll be like Julius.
Yes, she has the cursed blood genes that were passed down onto him. We don't have to carve anything, just painting them.
As long as Julius is okay with it, I'm fine with it too.
Yeah, the runes are sort of like seals on the powers, so if we don't want her powers to go crazy, we sort of have to.
And Icy, well, then, that's what we'll do. As long as no harm's brought to her, I say we go for it.
Yeah, there better not be.
You hear the sound of, it's like an intercom doorbell. And you hear footsteps coming up the stairs, because I do like to imagine there's stairs here, staircase. And busting through the door is Suletta! And Jesus Christ, they're alive!
Ma, Suletta, ma. It's good to see you.
Icy looks at her. You got here quick. She comes over, leans down to Ash, and gives you a hug.
I'd return the favor, ma'am, but I can't right now.
What happened, Ash?
My back was broken, and I couldn't get the necessary care for it, so it was re-injured in the crash.
She squeezes you tight. We all thought you were dead.
I've heard. It appears the reports of my death were grossly exaggerated.
Ash, there's rumors about that Squad Sigma was decimated.
It was. Julius, Davine, and I are all and Snarf are all that's left.
She looks over her shoulder. Davine? And I see Julius's mother. Long story. Talk about it in private. As she, right, lets go of Ash and comes over and looks at Julius. She doesn't hug Julius because she sees him with his child. And she's been missing you, and touches baby Leslie's head for a long time, Julius. As Pequod starts to choke up.
Yeah, I can tell. How you been, Auntie?
Okay. I saw on the Enet, and she looks over at Ash, piloting the tall geese. You in the cockpit, young man, saving him, and defeating that mobile armor prototype. I don't even know what it was.
I think they called it Ray, ma'am. It was a prototype that was stolen from EarthGov back when we were in the Headhunters.
After that, I see everybody thought you were dead. Just get used to hearing it.
That's fair. Well, you didn't know this, but I also piloted the Epion.
She looks over at you. Where did you get your hands on that?
General Rico pulled some string. Or no, was it Rico or Lorelei? One of them
I
pulled
see.
some strings.
Probably Lorelai.
General Lorelei pulled some strings, ma'am. Apparently she took a liking to me.
Suletta comes up. I don't see why she wouldn't. She took a great liking to your wife, fiance.
I would hope she would. I mean, Saris is incredible.
Icy looks at Suletta. Did you get a hold of Hunk and Lasley? And Suletta, no, they're in Peru, I think. You know Hunk, his family lives in the boons. They're in Peru somewhere with Hunk's family. If memory serves, they should be back tomorrow. And Icy then will be going down there tomorrow. And she looks at Julius, ready to see Lasley again, and smile.
Yeah, I'm ready to see Mom. He looks over at Davine. Davine looks over at him. Excuse me? You saw me for 20 months, Julius. Right. Yeah. Right. He just looks forward. Hi, little Lasley. Yay!
Sunny coughs into her hand, and Icy, Lasley, she comes over to Davine, is kind of like a mom to all of us. Not Julius's biological mother. Nobody could replace you. But Lasley basically helped raise Julius, Ash, gestures back at Pequod, and Suletta's her sister. And so our going nickname for her was Bunker Mom, and Icy puts her hands out and tries to make a square. Because she lived in this bunker in Antarctica, a very powerful EarthGov final boss, basically. And Commander Integra is Ash's future mother-in-law, assuming she remembers Ash. And we called her Base Mom, Pequod? Yeah, Base Mom. Commander Integra wasn't really a mom to me, but to Ash and Julius. And so, it's like a family thing, Miss Davine.
Davine crosses her legs. Yes, quite. Lasley raised. Lasley. And she looks out the window.
I see. Well, I mean, you're part of the family as far as I'm concerned. You're squad mom.
I quite like the ring of that, actually.
I'll squad mom, and Hunk will be squad dad. No relation, of course. And she puts up her hand at Davy. You don't want to be related to him in any way, trust me.
I don't think anyone but Lasley could put up with him.
Suletta speaks up. He's kind of mellowed out since they had their kid.
Well, he's gonna have to unmellow considering what's coming.
She looks down at you. What do you mean?
Well, Icy, do you want to tell her, or should I?
Oh, Ash, go ahead. As she lights another cigarette and walks over here to not get smoke near the baby. Snarf comes over and, can I have one? And she opens the pack. Take as many as you like. And he, dear God, you're beautiful.
You're looking at the new Alpha Niner.
Suletta looks around the room. You guys.
Sans, what are we thinking, 3 members, Icy?
Hunk. Suletta, oh, I mean, good choice. Sasha. Suletta, oh God. And Saris. And Suletta sits down next to goes up to Pequod, kisses her on the forehead, sits down next to her, and just starts laughing.
That bad, ma'am?
She looks over at you and Julius back and forth. Have fun with that.
Well, at this point, given what's going on, I don't think that the General has much of a choice.
Sasha's next in line to take over the Rangers, and Icy probably more than that. And, geez, Saris is, at this point, just maybe not as important, but she's the first vampire ranger. She's on one of the best squads, Lima Squad. You probably haven't met them, but...
We have. We had a mission killing mind flayers with them.
Suletta crosses her legs. Well, I hope you have a good rapport with the Ranger, General.
Like I said, she took a liking to me, ma'am, and given the extenuating circumstances of the threat we're facing, I don't think she's gonna say no.
Snarf, there was a time, apparently, I wasn't allowed to leave the ship when we went to Gateway, but there was a time, apparently, the Rangers hated Ash. And Pequod, Icy, Suletta, and Sunny all looking. It's about the armor, Ash? Pequod looks at you.
I unintentionally ticked them off with that choice. They didn't like me after that. I went to go trade with them one time later for ammo. One of the few times we were on Gateway, they were giving me a hard time, rightfully so. I was an ignorant fool. And Malcolm came up and told them to leave Ash alone. That's an order, boys. And then walked away. To this day, I'm not sure if he was trying to get them to give me a swirly or not.
I see. Oh, they probably hated you even more after that. You basically had Dad come stick up for you.
Aye, but after helping that Ranger squad as well as the Torgis fight, they warmed up a bit.
Pequod sits up, I'll be right back, runs out of the room, disappearing. And I see, well, that's good. That's good. General Lorelei is a reasonable woman. Given the severity of the threat, I assume, with divine intervention. Ash, you do realize there's no official documentation. Everybody believes you too. And, did you let Lorelei in on any of this, or?
She knows about Bayagona. She knows about some of it. I didn't get a chance to tell her much because, well, we weren't there very often. I have some recordings of it from before the camera in my helmet shorted out because Snarf and I couldn't keep it running anymore. When would you say the camera kicked the bucket, Snarf? I know it was after Bayagona, but I don't know. I can't remember exactly when.
Snarf looks up at you. I mean, I think we got it back up and running for... We went after some type of slavers, believe it or not. A small group of them. Shit, I'm not allowed to leave the damn ship. I see, well, you can leave. You go wherever you want now. Hey, thank you, girl. We went after some slavers. Julius actually almost died. And I think the camera kicked the bucket against those slavers.
So at the very least, I can use Bayagona. And the fact that she gave us the Epion, combined with the time skip, may be enough for me to convince her that those are connected. That means I may also have some other evidence of it, but we may be able to use that combined with the journal entries, and if Ebenezer is willing to stick up for it, we may be able to convince her.
Icy looks down at you in the bed. Trust me, he's got our backs. 4 months on that ship. I know he didn't go through as much as you two, but he saw how bad it was. And from what I spoke to him privately about, Tewaz was on his 6.
I'm pretty sure he said that Tewaz killed at least 2 members of his squad.
The door kicks open as you say that. Pequod holding a green jacket, long stripe down the back, red stripe, and it's got the sign that Julius drew a couple days ago in Discord. And she comes up and hands it to Icy, and Icy, I don't want to wear it. And she shoves it in her face as Sunny claps, and Suletta starts laughing, and Icy drapes it over her shoulder, and there's a thing that you can, latch so she can wear it almost more like a cape than a jacket. And Pequod, we all get one of these, just hers has, the stripe down the back, and she has a big stack of those jackets coming in behind her from Mercurius, who drapes one on Ash's lap and comes over and puts one on Julius's arm of Julius's chair. And he presents one to Davine, Sunny, and Snarf. And Pequod, team gods, if this moment, and you notice they have, official military ranks on them. If this moment And Pequod fist bumps into the air.
Gods of this moment, indeed. Pequod, do you think you might be able to, if things go south with me talking to her, get your dad to lean on General Lorelei a little bit?
And Pequod, yeah, I could try, but let's not let it get there, yeah?
I'll try not to, but it's nice to have an ace in the hole. We can ask Mom as well.
Snarf looks at Pequod. So if that's your Julius's baby. And Pequod, yes, and you're pregnant. Dad doesn't know about it. I wear baggy clothes when he comes around. Oh. Well, whose child does he think that is? Or does he just not know the child exists? Suletta starts cackling, and Icy, he thinks it's my kid.
Okay. Yeah. Oh.
I'd say
Oh god.
I would say you've dug a hole, but I think at this point you've gone straight out the other side of the planet into the moon.
Pequod whips around, the classic angry Pequod clenching fist. What am I supposed to do, Ash? Tell my dad I got knocked up back in the goddamn headhunters to some guy who disappeared for the frontier for 2 years?
I mean, I've been saying you should tell him since a year into your relationship.
And Pequod looks down at Davy. My dad's the acting commander of all all EarthGov forces.
Your father is General Rico?
Yes, eye patch and Julius's soon-to-be father-in-law, unknowingly. And Soletta's still cackling.
Hey, you saved you saved your soon-to-be mother-in-law, and Rico put an iron cross and a purple heart on you. He probably really likes you. That'll make him hate you a little less when you let him know.
Julius looks up at the ceiling. Does your mother know?
Pequod, no! I haven't told anybody! They both think it's Icy's child. We actually have dinner with them once a week, and they request Icy bring her child to the dinner.
Oh, I know what we're doing at dinner this week.
Oh god.
Pequod kind of... he's only 8 rings down right now.
Can we go? Can we go right now? Please.
And Pequod, no, Ash!
Come on, you wouldn't be rude to the cripple, would you? Come on, it would ease my pain.
She looks over at you. In fact, I'll cripple you more, Ash. I can't have Julius presented to my father looking like this. Malnourished. Look at his beard!
We ran out of razors, and he wouldn't let us go back to Gateway for more.
You look like a goddamn silverback gorilla, Ash!
Actually, a haircut and a shave would do wonders right now.
Snarf, it's not their fault. Grooming supplies were kept for Globron and High Chieftain.
Also, towards the end, water was rationed to the point that we weren't allowed to shower more than once every couple weeks.
Icy kicks a leg out because she had her legs crossed and arms crossed. Well, there's no rationing here. You can have whatever you want. In whatever abundance you want.
Good. That's good.
It's going to take a lot to get you two back in fighting shape, Suletta. And eating will be very important. So you'll clean your plates. Every meal.
Of course.
You won't be back on the frontier for an extended period of time. And Icy, ever! Anytime my squad went out to the frontier, we came back to Gateway.
Good. I didn't know this until we were with Malcolm, but did you know that there's regulations for how long you're allowed to be on the frontier? Outside of being on a colony, of course.
Pequod looks over at you, and what did he do? Just ride the line of the regulations? Because I did see Julius a couple times here on... Never saw you, Ash! Never came to visit, little sister!
I couldn't. Most of the times we did, I was locked on the ship. And the few times I wasn't, I had to attend to business for the squad and then got locked on the ship.
Sonny, why did he lock you on the ship?
He hated me.
Suletta, how could anybody hate you?
I told him some of my military background and he vomited.
Suletta is fighting back laughter. He vomited, honey. Yeah? That's what happened?
He also airlocked our pictures of everyone and deconstructed the rifle that Sasha gave me.
Well, about that picture, Icy gestures to Mercurius, he gets out of the way. I'll go get you another copy. And she disappears out of the room as Pequod looks at Julius and little Leslie with a smile. Family. Again, and gives you guys a hug. And I have a mother-in-law!
Yep. And we have a resident old man Santa Claus.
She
And
looks back over. Oh god, I missed making fun of Ash with you. She gives you a big kiss.
I'll have you know, I look more like Gollum than I do Santa.
And when Julie says that, Davine tilts her head. Do you call him an old man because he has white hair, Julius? And Julius sort of looks scared for a second. Don't do it, Mom. Please. Davine leans forward. Did you all know that before we did the ritual, Julius had stark white hair?
Suletta's eyes widen. Pequod recoils her head back. What?
Yes. The ritual changed certain aspects of his physical appearance. His eyes at the time, the runes, of course. It sort of made him paler and a little lankier, and changed the color of his hair to blood red.
Holy shit, so you had white hair! Pequod's staring at the side of your head, touching your hair. Well, at least you didn't look as old and decrepit as Ash.
Yep, that's why I make fun of him, Mom, not the hair. Oh, yes, of course, of course.
Icy comes back in the room with 2 pictures. Honestly, when I first met you guys when I was 16, puts up one of the pictures on the wall and then hands you each a copy. I thought Ash was Julius's dad. And sits down in a chair.
The haircut I had at the time didn't help. But that is a funny little coincidence. Your hair was white and changed to a different color, and mine was black and turned white.
Pequod, I knew you guys were fucking weirdos the moment I met you.
We're your weirdos.
And I'm glad she finally stops fucking with Julius's hair. You're finally... And she starts to cry and hugs Ash back.
I am too.
Icy stands up. Alright. You're free to go wherever you want in the apartment, but you can't really move on your own power. You're not sequestered here, but you need to stay hooked up to these machines for a while. And Sonny, yes, we need to monitor you, make sure everything's okay, and get more food in you. And Icy, so tonight you'll spend the night in here.
Okay. Good. When can we get those things out of my back?
Zanzibar comes in the room. Suletta goes to greet him and pet him and hug him. And Icy, I'm working on that.
Good.
Won't be long.
I want to be of use to you as soon as I can.
You will be, Master Sergeant. And she throws her hand up, because her back's to you. Look at your jack.
Looks down at it. Master Sergeant.
It has the Master Sergeant stripes on the shoulder.
I got a promotion?
You did, indeed. Now when I send field reports and battlefield commission reports through, somebody actually reads them. The dragon takes Suletta out and she's hugging him.
Thank you, ma'am. I won't let you down.
She looks at you. I know you won't. We'll talk about your new responsibilities tomorrow. And I have something, well, She kind of looks up at the ceiling. Some things, plural, for you. But just get some rest for tonight. And Pequod, I'll get dinner and snacks, and leaves the room. Mercurius is not the creepy Mercurius, so he doesn't hound Ash like the old one. And Sunny, if you need anything, there's intercom buttons behind each of you.
Oh. I was going to ask the robot to help get me out of this armor.
And Snarf, yeah, I can help with that, and Icy, I'll help get you out.
Good. Careful of that cube. Keep
She
it safe.
takes it and sets it on your dresser. You'll be responsible for that from here on out. If you want to keep it in the armory, that's up to you, but we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Understood. Don't keep the armor, though. Keep it.
And Snarf, you don't want it trashed?
As ugly as it is, that shit kept me alive. I'm keeping it as a trophy.
Snarf looks at Icy and, fine, we'll put it on display somewhere here.
Thank you, ma'am.
They get you out of the armor. They leave. Rocco is trying to paw his way up on Davine's lap. Big ass husky.
Davine helps Rocco up. And what is your name, good sir?
He barks at her, and Sunny, that's Rocco. It's a play on General Rico. Julius is soon to be knowingly father-in-law.
Oh, isn't that cute? And she starts petting Rocco.
She leaves the room. Suletta comes back in now that the Drake is occupied with other women. She comes down and gives Ash a kiss on the cheek. I'll be seeing you guys again soon. I have, unfortunately, duties to attend to. I'm just glad you're alive.
I'm glad to be here, ma'am. And I lived up to what you thought I could be with those things. Right?
If she puts her hand on your chest, if you remember, I was the one that wanted you to get in and play with it. But Lazuli was too concerned about you.
She likes to pretend, doesn't she?
Oh, she isn't going to be pretending anymore. She comes over, kisses Julius on the cheek. It'll probably be waterworks for her when she sees you. As I said, we all thought you were dead.
Oh, she better be ready to kick my ass a bit because I'm gonna need her help getting back into shape.
She looks over at you. I don't think she'll be able to raise a finger at you guys. Her and Hunk took a lot of blame for you disappearing and, as far as they knew, dying.
They didn't deserve that.
No, they didn't. She puts her hands together. Neither did Blaze. You
No.
do. They still have his body. She looks back at both of you, but, think dementia.
Right. Gods, should have been there for him.
Apparently he knew he was coming to the end.
That explains a lot. One of the last things he said to us was, if this is the last time we meet in this corporeal world, may we meet again, Starside.
You see her gulp because she's fighting back, choking up. He did have a way with words.
He was a poet. At least I get to carry part of him with me. Looks down at the guns.
She comes over and gives you one more hug. I think you're in much better hands now, and if anybody can get you guys back on track, it's your new captain.
I think so. I almost forgot to how's little Memory Ann doing?
Oh, she's good. The Ariel's taking quite a liking to her.
Oh my. Oh, she's gonna make a wonderful pilot if she so chooses.
I'd like to keep her away from those things. And away from mechs in general. I'd like my daughter to be more of a scholar.
I can't do much about scholarly things, but if you'll allow me, I'd love to teach her to shoot.
When the time comes, it's a tradition in the family. Join the military at least for a few years. She comes and pets Rocco, and it was a pleasure, puts out her hand to meet you, Miss Davy.
Just Davine. It's fine. Suleta.
She kisses her hand. Well, boys, I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Disappears. Some time passes. Occasionally, Zanzibar comes in the room, checking on you, making sure you're still breathing. And I mean, you have a clock, so you can keep track of time. Julius can't really see it, but you just see Icy staring out into the void of space with her hands in pockets, hands in her pockets with the jacket draped over her, and Pequod talking to her. You can't hear what they're saying. Snarf is now sleeping on a bed in the room with you guys, and for the most part, it's nice and quiet.
Oh, we made it.
Yes, we did.
For a while there, wasn't so sure that we would.
Yeah, me too. Yes, I was considering mutiny.
We should have done it a long time ago.
Probably, Ash. But it's in the past. We can't change what we did.
No, we can't.
Julius smiles and looks over at Ash. Her middle name is Valorius, by the way.
Is it now?
Yeah, named her after her uncle.
I like that. Well, once I can actually hold her. I can't wait.
If you look out the window, Ash, you see Pequod all dramatically gesturing her hands, and Icy just staring out, hands in her pockets.
I missed them.
So did I.
We're gonna win this.
Well, duh.
No, I just need to practice my groveling.
Groveling?
I'm gonna need to in order to get the Ranger General to work with us.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Use the groveling, it's like plan C.
I suppose. Ah.
You see them still down there, Pequod gesturing, Icy very just straight staring out with hands in the pocket. And you see Pequod walk away. Icy stays there staring out as Pequod comes into the room, comes over to Ash. Raspberry sherbet. I'll be back to feed you. Comes over to Julius with a big steak and potatoes. And the same for Davine.
Thank you, dear. Yes, thank you. Julius told me your name is Patricia, so thank you, Patricia.
You're welcome, Mom! With a huge smile. I have to feed Ash. I've taken the liberty of cutting your steak for you, Mom. Because I know your arm. And she, like, flaps her arm awkwardly. And what about... And Snyder's like... Oh, well, I'll just leave his steak here. Comes over to Ash. Opens the cup. Open wide. Grandpa.
Alright, and he starts eating.
Best food you've had in how long? And she looks around the room.
Since we... The Mafia City, right?
God, I miss... Well, I don't miss it now, but I missed that place when we were on the ship.
Mafia City?
Yeah. We had to go undercover for like a week or two in a mafia city to take down a mob.
You guys do know there were scattered reports about the Majestic throughout the Rangers, right? Icy is tight with the Rangers. Sasha and Saris, many Frontier Ranger ships saw you guys and tried to make contact with... The Majestic was the name of the ship, right?
Yes.
And when they hailed the Majestic, apparently your captain threatened to blow them out of the sky because you were on black covert operation business.
Yes. Meanwhile, what we were really doing was floating aimlessly until he saw something that struck his fancy. You know, he tried to get us to land on a Nova to get him a mana saber.
Pequod, because she was eating a little bit of your raspberry sherbet. Mana saber?
He saw Achilles, the general's companion, and decided he wanted one for himself.
He wasted Arcane Council resources to get a pet?
Well, he was going to, he just didn't get the chance.
Wow. And she put some sherbet in your mouth.
The thing he wasted resources on was that armor set that Gorak had. When I say bleeding edge, I mean that armor set was probably more comparable to a mobile suit than it was. It was more comparable to the Tallgeese than the armor that I ever had. It was insanity. Rocket barrages, buster cannons, a shoulder-mounted turret. He planned a jetpack attachment as well.
Why did he favor him over? And she looks over at Julius, you guys.
Because he was the more traditional soldier. Me and Ash, that's another thing we have to mention, but we sort of just, popped in on a base and joined up with EarthGov or be arrested, so we decided on EarthGov.
Yeah.
Gurok, he did the whole thing. He went through basic, he went through, the academy and everything like that. Officer school, that too. He went through it all. Went up the ranks himself. Was basically the model soldier, except for being an absolute douchebag.
Also was a big piece of meat that Malcolm could hide behind.
Pequod looks shocked back at both of you and Mom. She, well, here you'll get things. Look at this, Ash. She types on her wrist computer and the skeleton suit, the armor we talked about, comes up over her. And you see her face, her whole body is protected. Look at this! Her speech is muffled.
That's incredible. Oh my. It suits you.
You guys always used to say I needed better armor. Well, this is top of the line. And she presses a button on her wrist computer and it retracts.
Good. Now tell me you're a better shot with that Makarov now.
She kind of shuffles. Icy tried to get me to train with weapons, and she comes over and sits next to Julia. I know you guys had it harder than me, but it wasn't easy for any of us. I was depressed and pregnant! And I was depressed and pregnant again, Julius! And she looks at Julius and then puts her hand on her stomach.
Sorry.
It's alright, I'll teach you once I'm better. You two really should invest in an IUD.
Yeah. Maybe.
Or at least condoms.
Well, Quad looks over at you. The only silver lining was, like we said, we all grew closer. Saris has a room here, Ash.
Good.
So does Sasha. Icy's other members of Alpha 9, they were all great, but they had families Earthside. So this was basically our apartment.
Well, that's good. I'm happy you guys had each other. As I've said, Julius and I had each other, but the closest thing I had to friends on that ship was Dr. Eloquin, who kept me alive. I spent a lot of time in her office, much like Dr. Country's back in the Headhunters, and then our Mercurius unit.
Comes through the door.
Hey, big boy. It's been a while.
Comes over, grabs some of Ash's hair and sniffs it. Curls up in a ball. Starts falling asleep.
You're a good boy.
He's gotten, Pequod gestures, a lot bigger. And so has, and she smiles and looks at Rocket. Rocket.
He has. See, Icy's been helping him pump iron even more.
Yes! She looks at him. I was pregnant, but, he makes quite the good workout partner for Sasha and Sarah.
I would assume so. God. I can't wait to see how much Sasha and Ceres have improved.
Pequod stands up, looks out the window, and Icy just staring into the void. Well, Ceres is incredible, as always, and Sasha, she's currently finishing what you started. Taking the fight to the Geist and the Ripper system,
Good.
leading a battalion of troops.
I knew she would. She's incredible.
Her rifle. As Pequod looks down at Icy, I can't believe he deconstructed that rifle. All she would talk about is, oh, I hope Ash is getting use out of the rifle. I can't wait to see what he's done with it when he gets back, if he's alive.
I know. Well, at least Legacy saved us once.
She'll probably get you another one, Ash. It'll probably make her cry when she finds out you let it be deconstructed.
I didn't let it. It was locked in my personal storage locker. He cut and ripped it open to steal it.
Pequod looking down at Icy. She should have killed him on Taurus.
Mm-hmm. Looking over.
Why didn't you step on him with the tall geese?
I was kind of preoccupied with the big robot.
Oh yeah. That thing. That's the thing that shot me out of the sky.
Modified, but yes.
Mm. She sits next to Julius and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Eat.
Hey, looks over at little Lazuli. Is she awake?
She's.
She looks like you at Pequod.
She looks over at you. Yeah, but she's got the same gorgeous eyes as Dad. And then she looks up at Julius.
Julius winks at her. Yes, it seems that she did get some of his qualities. The strawberry blonde hair, the one purple eye. Purple is an odd color, though.
We actually fell in love. I can't even remember. Well, I liked flying Julius around. I was attracted to Julius. She's looking at Davine around the first time I met him. And then one day he said something like, let's test the theory if this ice cream is better than sex. And that turned into basically everybody on the base being afraid to come into our barracks room. And she just keeps rambling.
Julius slowly starts to put his mouth over Pequod's hand. Or his hand over her mouth. Yeah, that's enough, darling. She doesn't need to know that. Oh no, Julius, I believe I do. Let's test the theory that I do need to know this, yes.
And then I showed Master, the turtle guy, Mom, pictures of Julius's, and she gestures down to her going, "Meh." And shirtless Julius was a big thing back in the day. Even Commander Integra, base mom, if you will, had liked looking at pictures of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that so? My boy, a Playboy model.
Yeah. Like father, like son.
He was all the rage. Everybody liked him. All the officers liked him before the dark times.
Oh my god, Julius, how did you never tell me about these things? Well, I was not focused on telling you about my career. You should have been my son. You should have been.
You really should have. She looks up at you, Julius. I'm taking Mom's side.
In our defense, we were kind of struggling to survive at the time.
True. Pequod comes over and starts feeding you more of your sherbet. Here you go, Grandpa.
Thank you. You know, Julius isn't the only Rainfall who had nude pictures of themselves shared without their consent.
Pequod looks at Mom. Mom?
Davine puts her hand up. It was the beast, Gurok.
Oh. Where were they shared?
Let me think. Everyone on Majestic saw them, I believe. Random people on Gateway the few times we went there. And some more that I just can't bear to think about.
All the people in Dale's school.
Yes.
But the beast is dead now, so fuck him. And she shoves a spoonful of sherbet in Ash's mouth.
Fuck him indeed.
Snarf snoring loudly. Pequod looks at him. Does he always snore like that?
Yeah.
I don't even think about it anymore. It's so normal.
Pequod stands up, throws the cup away, comes over to Julius. Let's just get some sleep. Yeah? I think we could take a number from that guy.
Yeah. Let's get some sleep.
Okay, keep going or stop. It's up to you. I realize the time, but you know.
I'm good to keep going.
Julia?
If there's... Yeah.
It's whatever you guys want. You want to keep going or cut it here for this week?
We can keep going.
All right, let's go. Fuck it. I'm glad. All right, so you sleep. You don't know how much time passes. It's late at night. Julius, if you want to be woken up by this, you can. I gotta move. Sleeping in the middle of the room, big dumbass. Drake. Snarf still asleep. Pequod asleep. Lastly asleep. Davine asleep. Or if Davine wants to be up for it too, it's your discretion. I don't know if they're light sleepers or not. Ash, you wake up to Icy standing over your bed, and you see her chin quivering.
I see.
She's not looking at you, she's looking away. And you hear her mumble, "This is pathetic."
What is?
And she reaches down everything. And she picks you up, and she puts you over her shoulder. Just your state, everything.
I mean, it may be, but it's not. We're alive. That's what matters. That's not pathetic. We survived something we shouldn't rightfully have.
You hear her fighting back tears as she carries you down the stairs. I never even really considered you and Julius friends. At least for the most part, but this is... Sets you down on a couch, pathetic.
I don't know. I know we didn't get to see each other as much as I would have liked, but I did consider you a dear friend. Family, even.
She pulls out another cigar, cuts it. Now we are definitely family. Puts it in your mouth and lights it for you.
Thank you.
She dims the lights in the room. Don't lift or gesture with your robot hand.
Why?
Because I have something for you. She types on the big computer display in the middle of the room and pops up as some ranger. You've recognized him. You would recognize him from Lima Squad. And he, God damn! These burst transmission devices they're crap, ma'am. You hear Captain Hex's voice, what's wrong? And the ranger, got some hobo sitting on a couch. These things are horrible. It's a hobo, and that hobo looks vaguely familiar. As you see Icy, hands in her pockets, looking away, her chin's quivering, people trying to stop from crying.
Good to see you, Lima Squad. I look a bit different due to being disheveled, but it's a Sharion Valorius.
Did that hobo just say he's a Sharion Valorius? Did Captain Hex, Ceres, and disappears off the screen? You see a jungle escape background, and
Sir.
You're the kid I let use my sniper rifle.
Yes, I am.
You look like a hobo.
Yeah, 20 months on the frontier.
Well, I'll catch you next time on Gateway. I'll get out of the way, and you see him shuffle out of the way. Popping up in her ranger armor is Sarah, eyes wide, and she can't even say your name.
Iceris.
Mercurius comes over, sits next to you, and promptly holds your robot hand down out of sight as Icy's fighting back tears in the background. And Sarah's, you're alive?
I am. I am.
We heard you and Julius. Is Julius alive?
Julius, Davine, and I, and Snarf, we're the only survivors.
She looks shocked. I'd given up hope.
I'm sorry.
I haven't heard from you, and she's starting to cry.
I'm so sorry.
Ash, where are you now?
I'm
The lights are dimmed. She can't see where you are. Trying to hide your scruffled. You look horrible.
I know.
You're so skinny. Where's your muscle?
Things were rough. I'm not at the best right now, but I'll be alright.
What? Where did you leave me? Where'd you go? Where were you?
We floated aimlessly on the frontier for almost the entire time we were gone.
On the I saw you on the Enet, and then after that, we just all assumed you were dead.
I know. I'm so sorry.
There was rumors going around that Squad 6, I guess they're true.
They are.
She takes a necklace out. She still has the necklace on you, Mater, and the ring is worn around a necklace now because she can't wear it with the combat gloves and stuff on. I still have this, but I'd given up on ever seeing you again.
Well, I guess fate had other plans. We're safe. We're at the apartment with Icy.
Ash, and you hear yell, Captain Hex, Captain Hex. We can't go back now. I mean, we have to. And Sarah's, we're engaging Illithid forces on some planets in the outer rim here, but I can't give you an exact date on when I'll be back. But did you get medical discharge?
No. I'm still enlisted. We're Julius, Davine, and I and Snarf are being moved over to Icy Squad.
Ash, why are you so slumped?
I'm just hurt. I'll be alright.
Are you sure?
Not looking at. I'll be right as rain. I just need a little time and a little bit of work.
You hear Captain Hex's voice. Saris, I'm sorry, but we have to go. Saris looks at you longingly, crying. She kisses her hand and puts it to the screen.
He's gonna kiss back. Give them hell.
I'll give them hell, and I'll be back to see you within, Captain Hex, the month. I promise the month.
I'm gonna hold you to that. I'll be counting the days.
She looks at you. I'm still holding you to a 2-year-old promise, Ash.
Well, I was barely ever on Gateway, so there's plenty of money in my account.
She smiles. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my love.
She goes off the screen. Mercurius lets his hand off of yours and stands up.
Icy.
Yeah, Ash.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
She comes up to you. You're welcome. This was pathetic as she wipes a tear away from her eye.
That's what it means to be human.
Well, in the morning, there might be more tears to shed.
I know. You know.
We're going to see moms, plural. Oh God, Davine meeting Lazuli.
Wait till Lazuli finds out he's got an archfiend attached to him.
Icy looks down at you. Yeah, what's that all about?
He had a pair of knuckles. He put them in the forge, and an archfiend symbiote came out and bonded with him.
She looks down inquisitively, wiping some more tears, lighting a cigarette. So, at least Malcolm gave him knuckles, right?
Sort of. I think he had them when we came to the squad.
Go figure. Mercurius stands here and lifts your feet up onto the couch. You'll sleep here. In the morning, we're going to see Leslie. As awkward as it's going to be.
It'll be wonderful. And thank you, because as painful as it is, that may be the greatest gift I've ever been given.
She reaches down and puts her hand on your chest. You're welcome. And walks off. You're sleeping there. They're sleeping in the room together. And you wake up to Icy opening the door. Who's ready to go see Mom? Snarf wakes up. My mom's been dead for years. And Zanzibar, and looks up at Icy.
I mean, it might be a little pathetic, but yeah, let's go see Mom.
Zanzibar stands up, picks up Snarf, presents him to Icy, and Snarf, I kind of like that Drake. Gets up. Oh, Ash, what are you doing down here? Wake up, we're going to see your mom or something.
Oh, yeah. Good. Some help up, Mercurius?
He comes over, starts helping you up. Pequod looks around and, did you sleep at all, Icy? And she, no. Have you been crying? No. And she starts pushing Julius out of the room. And Pequod, come on, Mom, we're gonna go meet Mom.
Right. I'm sure it'll be a joyous time.
Oh, it will. I think you two are gonna get along great. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
So, you fly down. It doesn't take long, so there's no need for time on the ship. Same old bunker it's always been, just plus some years. Icy carrying Ash over her shoulder. And you see Hunk fixing a picture of Blaze on the wall. He's straightening it with one of those levelers. And you hear him mumbling to himself, there you go, buddy.
Hey, old man, how are you doing?
He turns around, no. He comes walking up, leaning his head in. Is that? No, Icy stands out of the way. Ash!
In the flesh.
Mercurius pushes Julius up. Julius!
Hey, Dad.
Random Cobalt! And Snarf, yeah! You guys are alive?
Apparently.
Did you get those cigars I sent you?
No, I got them now, but Malcolm didn't let us have mail.
He comes in and gives Ash a hug. You look even older.
I know. Hey, you want to hear some good news?
Yes.
Malcolm Chance is dead, and Master Chance is getting court-martialed.
Ding dong, the fucks are dead. As he comes over, gives Julius a hug. I missed you, son.
I missed you too, Dad.
He holds the hug tightly, looks up. And you must be, what was her name? Denario, right? Icy I'm Julius's father. And he puts his hand out. Nice to meet you. To Davine and Pequod. Oh.
Right, yes. I'm Davine, Julius's birth mother. And she takes his hand and grips it as tight as she can.
You see the glowing green eyes of the gas mask go white. You're his mom?
Yes, I am. Can't you see the resemblance?
He's kind of awkwardly lets go of the hand, steps back. I thought she was dead.
Said 80% chance.
We did too.
Wow. You're, and he starts looking around or walking around. You're Julius's mom.
Yes, I am.
It's like meeting a celebrity. He's just walking around. Can I have a picture with you?
Yeah, sure.
He puts his wrist computer up, snaps a blinding flash picture in poor Davine's eyes. This is incredible! Puts his arm around her. Well, we're like husband and wife, just not, married exactly. I'm already married. But you know what I mean.
Yes, I do. She does, in fact, not know what he means.
He kind of grabs her by both shoulders, looks her up and down. Julius's mom.
Hey, where's Mom, old man?
Oh, she's downstairs. I'll ding her on the intercom. He goes over here. We have some guests here. He looks over at baby Leslie. Julius's mom. I taught him how to drive.
He did not mention it.
Oh, God. You should have been there. I wish you were. He almost hit this fat guy who called himself Saint Guillotine.
Saint Guillotine.
Saint Guillotine or Guillotine or something like that. And then later on, Julius saw this guy fighting his son, the king of Stonehenge, outside a mall where they both bought things to propose to their girlfriends. Points back at Pequod. That's your granddaughter. Did you know that?
Yes, I did know that.
Snarf's looking around the bunker. Whose bunker is this again?
Major Lazuli's.
He stops in his place. Major Lazuli?
Yeah, that's Mom.
The Archfiend lady?
Yes,
She's real?
she is.
As Lazuli comes around the corner holding a child, and she sees you guys, Snarf standing right here. Major Lazuli. And she's holding the baby. She drops her hands, and Snarf, oh dear God! And tries to catch the baby as she's running over to you guys. And the baby just floats in the air. And Snarf looks up at it. Flying baby? And he's inquisitively looking at it. She comes over, grabs Pequod, moves her gently, and grabs Julius and gives him the biggest hug. And Hunk, well, that's Julius's mom too! To Davy.
Right. The wonderful Lazuli.
Yeah, it's his mom. Ash's mom too. Bunker mom, as it's colloquially known. And he puts his arm around Davy. Welcome to the family! Mom, maternal mother.
Yes. Can't wait to meet this Lazuli.
She comes over, grabs Ash by the collar, pulls him in, big hug. She's crying. Icy standing with arms crossed. Pequod crying at the side.
Hey, Mom. It's good to see you.
You
Sorry.
idiots are alive! Kisses Ash on the cheek. Comes over, not to fuck up Julius's leg, hugs him again, kissing him on the cheek.
Barely. I mean, I wish I could have hugged you back, but I, can't.
She looks over at you. What do you mean you can't?
I, had my back shot, my spine broken with an armor-piercing round while we were on the frontier. Through some light surgery and healing tank time, they managed to get me up and walking again, but I never got the shards removed, and in the crash, it re-aggravated it.
Snarf looks at the group. Does anybody else find it weird that this baby is flying? And Leslie doesn't pay him any attention. And Hunk to Davine. Flying baby is what people tend to call him when they see him that way.
Oh, is that so? Yeah, Snarf, you do know that if I really wanted to, I could start flying right now, right?
Snarf, huh?
Yeah.
Flying baby. And Leslie, his name is Julius! And the baby looks at her with acknowledgement when she says that.
Julius.
Julius Asherion. Middle name.
Julius Asherion. Is
My
he...
best students hugs you again.
Just rests his head on her shoulder. My best trainer.
I can't believe you're alive.
We are. We are.
And Hunk, see, I told you, Davine, it's like a family thing. You know what I'm saying? And now you're a part of it. This is great. Here, Ash, get out of the way. And he pushes you, causing you an immense amount of pain. And I see fucking idiot picks Ash up off the ground. This is Davine, baby. This is Julius's mother. Julius came and he puts a circle with his hand came out of her, like this. And Leslie stares at her blankly.
Yes, I'm Julius's birth mother, the one who trained him first, and the one who taught him how to correctly use his blood hunter abilities, even though I had no true knowledge of them through experience. Davine, and she puts out a hand.
She puts out her hand, shakes it slowly. Your son was one of the greatest students I ever had. We were told you were dead.
Well, we're not. We were alive.
I'm glad you're not. I would say you should be very proud of your son, but I can tell you already are.
Yes, I'm very proud of him.
She takes her hand, leads her into the kitchen. You should have seen him when he first came in here. Rambunctious. Didn't like taking orders. Could I get you a cup of tea?
Oh yes, I would love some tea. You say he was bad with taking orders and a bit of rambunctious? That's just how I raised him.
Well, as she's fixing a cup of tea, looks over her shoulder. That's kind of why I liked him. Most of the time I trained stuffy old smart Spartans. But he came along, and he had a fire to him.
Yes, that is my Julius. He was always the rebellious one of the three.
I think she offers Davine a seat over here, sits next to her. I think that's where he gets most of his inner strength. She has a cup of tea as well. Cream and sugar?
Oh no, thank you. I take it straight.
Hunk, are they ignoring us? He's looking up.
I think so. So,
Julius and Ash are alive, baby. And she, please tell me everything. There were so many questions with Julius. He told us a bit about his past, but I never wanted to pry.
Sure. What would you like to know?
Everything, as Icy takes the baby Julius out of the sky and holds him and snarf, flying baby, now I've seen everything. And Mercurius pushes Julius over. And Hunk, oh, Ash, come on, get up.
I can't walk.
Oh, I'll go get a wheelchair. Disappear. Ash left on the ground is Pequod. Oh god, she's holding the baby.
It's alright.
Hunk does come back with a wheelchair, gets you up in it, and takes you over. Alright, you can stop ignoring us. It's not tea time for the ladies. Everybody's here. And lastly, so you trained him. That's why he had an initial understanding of fighting.
Yes, I did.
Makes a lot of sense. He claimed you were... He thought you were dead. He didn't claim you were dead. He thought you were dead. He didn't know. But, He took to my tutelage rather quickly. I guess you're to thank for that.
I would like to think so, but he is a quick learner with other things that I've taught him, like alchemy, or I even taught him a bit of cooking. He learned quickly.
Pequod, watch this! And Julius the child takes baby Leslie and starts gliding lightly around the room with her. And Snarf, oh my god. This is incredible, and sits down on the couch. 2 years of hell, and then flying babies.
Bring them over here. I want to get a good look at them.
Leslie turns over and Julius? I don't know if Julius looks up at her or not, but the babies glide over to you.
Yeah, Mom, what's up?
I named my son after you.
Yeah, you said that. Thank you.
And Ash.
Let's
I, uh,
get.
I named my daughter after you.
That's your daughter? And she points back.
Yeah.
That's. I thought that was Icy's daughter. And Hunk. We were supposed to keep it a secret, right? And Icy, not to her, Hunk. And Hunk, well, who's supposed to think that's your daughter? And Pequod, my dad. And Hunk, oh. And backs up against the counter. And Leslie, you've had this kid all this time?
Yes, we called Hunk when she was born, and he said he would tell you. And
Well, to be honest, I forgot. And then I talked to Icy, and she said this whole thing about hiding this child from somebody, and he starts to Pequod move. She's not moving.
If it's any consolation, they didn't tell me either.
shut up, Ash. Wait. We told you, Hunk, to tell Leslie. Why would we want to then hide it from her?
Pequod, wearing very baggy clothes, lifts up her shirt enough to see the stomach. Leslie's eyes widen, and she's, what?
Yeah.
And Hunk, well, there's a lot going on that day, and Spartans to train, and Commander Integra to tend to, and depressing things, and somebody had to walk the dog, and Leslie Rocco was on Gateway at that point. And the dragon, who was also on Gateway at that point, Hunk.
You should.
And somebody had to cook dinner.
You should start running, Hunk.
Dad, come here, please.
Oh, Rob here for you, son. I see you're in pain. Don't worry, Dad's never gonna let anybody take you to the frontier again. He looks up at Davine. Did you know it's mostly my fault they got on Malcolm's squad?
Is that so? Julius, I know exactly what you're going to do, because I'm the one who taught you to do it. Please, go right ahead, as Julius cocks his fist fully back and just sends it flying into Hunk's stomach.
Oh, he grabs his stomach. I deserve that.
Yeah.
I deserve it, but trust me, Davine. He points at her, and she can see him winking through the gas mask goggles. It's like, if I didn't blow this thing up, and it was a hard choice, and long story short, I should have just blown myself up along with the ancient alien weapon. And then I never would have had to feel sorry for the last 2 years. And most days I wished I did.
Uh-huh.
Julius starts rubbing his back. Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Leslie takes little Leslie looking at her as Julius comes over and inquisitively flies up to Davine.
Davian looks over at Julius. Hello, little one.
He goes, kaboom! And crashes into her chest, not hard, but just trying to get her to hold.
She, okay, and holds him.
Leslie, no wonder why this child's so beautiful. She looks at Pequod and back at Julius.
Aye. Looks a lot like his mom with a little bit of his dad. Her mom. Apologies. Her mom with a little bit of a dad, eh?
She cradles the child in her arms and starts crying. I thought you idiots were dead.
No, come here so I can at least get near you, because I can't really hug you right now.
She comes close. What happened out there? And Hunk, yeah, he goes over, gets a bottle of whiskey, pours a shot for Julius.
Well, we were finding Ebenezer. It turned out that the Cliff Notes, there was a cult that is trying to basically release a deity that in the past wiped out dragons and the Star Children. They're trying to release it, and that's what we were trying to stop.
I see, and now we're going to stop them. But first, we have to start the process of getting these two back on their feet. And I'll take care of that. And Leslie, I trust you will. She looks over you guys. Comes over, hands baby Leslie to Icy. It's been so... She just starts crying again and hugs you. She apologizes, saying she's sorry. If I knew this was gonna happen, I never would have trained you.
No, don't apologize. It all worked out. We're alive. We're back. And we got to do good in the world, even if we were on Idiot's team.
Oh my god, your fucking hand, Ash! She sees your old robotic hand.
That got cut off by a demigod.
Demigod? And Icy, I'll forward you all the journals and Ash's reports right now.
Big, void-born, like, eldritch bug named Bayagona.
Pequod walks over to Davine. See? Sits at the counter. It's like a family thing. And now you're a part of it.
Yes, I am. It will be nice to talk to someone every now and again. That isn't. And she looks down at the tea. Him?
Oh. Pequod puts her hand on her back and rubs it in a circular motion.
Julius and I made a mark on the Ranger General, ma'am.
You did! You got to see the Ranger General.
Not only did we do that, we both were allowed to use the Forge.
Really? What did you receive?
Well, he's gonna point down to the holster. This is Valor. If you could pull it out, because I can't.
She pulls it out. Is this the gun blade? And then she stops and kind of lowers the gun.
Yes, it is.
She hands it back to you. She puts it back in the holster for you. I assume you guys know.
We do. Did he at
And
least...
Hunk, another good reason I should have just blown myself up.
Did he at least go peacefully?
Leslie crosses her arms and purses her lips, and Hunk, you can say that. It was not pretty, Ash. He, it was like dementia, more or less. He started forgetting things. Forgetting names, places. It progressed to the point where we couldn't really let him leave the bunker or he might never come back. And then, one day, the lights went out.
I'm sorry. I wish we could have been here to help.
Leslie, there's nothing any of us could have done. And Hunk, I'm working on something. Though I'm not in the military anymore, so I can't do jack shit. Should have blown another good reason, Julius. I should have blown myself up that day.
You shouldn't have blown yourself up, Dad.
I considered it.
About that, you're not necessarily right there.
About blowing myself up? See, Ash, it's a nuclear device. It would have killed me.
You aren't necessarily not in the military anymore.
And Hunk looks down and puts his hand on his protruding dad bod stomach. And no, I'm not in the military, Ash. I'm kind of out of shape.
You want to tell him, or should I?
And Icy holding the baby, you're fully reinstated. And Hunk, since when? He looks down at Julius and pours him another shot.
About 16 hours ago.
Why?
We need you.
You guys do realize I'm out of shape. It's at this point it dawns on you. He's wearing a Hawaiian shirt with his protruding stomach, the gas mask, khaki pants, and flip-flops.
I mean, out of shape, Mr. Death is still debatably one of the scariest men in the galaxy, Hunk.
I haven't even shot a gun in minimum year. Every once in a while I go, you kept the rifle I gave you, you kept here. I go look at it, but it reminds me too much of Blaze.
Well,
Can't touch it.
Well, welcome to, the new Alpha Niner.
He looks over at Icy, and Pequod gets up, comes over and presents him a jacket, and is this thing gonna fit me? And she helps him put it on.
Fits.
So, what does this symbol mean? And he points down and looks at Julius.
It means gods.
Gods! Looks over at Ash. Leslie, gods of this moment. That joke, the inside joke, and Hunk. Oh! I still don't get it. And Pequod laughs and sits back down next to Davy. So this is my jacket as he puts it on. Yeah. And he fixes the collar.
Yes, it is. And back to the forge. Julius got something as well.
Leslie, I can tell. As you notice, she did sniff the air when she hugged Julius the first time. There's something. Comes over, pushes Hunk out of the way. Watch the jacket, babe. She grabs Julius's shoulder, and you see the symbiote start to quiver. And she can pull it just like, even though we cut it, but just like Mammon was able to. Pulls it off Julius's body, and it's quivering and screeching in her hand. This is what the Forge gave you.
Yeah, I don't know if it likes you.
No, it doesn't like me. I can tell as she's holding it. What did you put in the Forge to get this?
Brass knuckles.
Knuckle? She looks down at it. It can't be. Hunk, And she... All those years ago, we actually fought Archfiend. She's looking at Davine to explain her son's activities. Did you get any of it in your eye, in your mouth, in any open... a cut, anything like that? Their blood.
Yeah, you exploded some, and I had my mouth open.
Leslie holds it, looks at the Archfiend symbiote, and... Well, I can't be mad at you for that. And pitches it back on you, and it slithers back on you. And Pequod, yeah, that's gonna be hard to get used to.
I'll have you know, he's good. He's good. He's one of the only reasons we're alive right now.
Mm-hmm.
Icy hands baby Leslie to Pequod. It wouldn't have come out of the Forge if it wasn't for good use. And sits down next to Davy.
That's right.
So what exactly is wrong? Julius's leg is broken. What is exactly wrong with you? It has to be neural.
Nerve damage, I'd assume. I got in I told you, a rifle round broke my back, right? Dr. Eloquin, rest her soul, managed to get me back up and walking, but there were still shards in my back. I never got the necessary surgery or physical therapy to fix it. When the ship crashed, apparently the shards caused a lot more damage, and I can't move the right side of my body. The left shoulder is because Malcolm shot me.
Hunk. Asswipe. Can you use that robot hand?
He opens and closes it, somewhat. The thing needs some repair, but I can use it.
He sets a shot of the whiskey in your hand. There you go.
Alright. Through the pain, he's just gonna arm up and put it down, and then put the arm back down. That'll dull the pain.
How about another? And he takes the glass and starts pouring another.
Maybe in a moment. Ugh.
It's like that night you guys got drunk here at the bunker. Pequod laughs. Leslie fights back laughter.
We need to do that again.
Well, I mean, we could do it at Gateway. I'm now part of Alpha 9. What? Oh, this is gonna be... I got a cool jacket. And he realizes Icy's wearing one. And you have one? And this is great. So it's it's just us as the squad?
You, Icy, Davine, Julius, me, and we need to go to General Lorelei to get Sasha and Saris.
Oh. And Leslie, oh.
I know, but we've got Ebenezer and Ebenezer got Master Chance's seat.
And Hunk, oh, really?
Mm-hmm. He's a member of the council now.
They court-martialed him on... For what exactly? Just incompetence?
I'd assume a combination of incompetence and whatever charges they can put on him due to Malcolm's actions.
He really lost his mind out there, and from what little we've heard from Nicole.
Corcoran to move out, yeah.
Leslie Corcoran?
Mm-hmm.
Leslie, I know you guys have been through a lot, but what happened to the Spartans? I trained... You had Nick and Carter. They were Rico's golden boys. They were... Before you guys came along and Hunk, they were the best I'd ever had. Tell me they survived.
No. Carter died trying to protect us from Tewaz, and Nick died trying to protect us from Tewaz and a large, void-infused dragon.
Hunk, dragon?
Dragon.
Icy pulls up the footage because she had her armor on and plays it. The scene of Carter's death replays right in front of Davine. Icy trying to hide it, but...
They died like heroes.
Davine hands Julius off to Mercurius, I guess,
He takes him.
and walks over to Snarf to stand next to him.
And Pequod... Nick? His armor wasn't recovered. Anyway, we got Carter's armor back at least last. And Leslie looks at her and... Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mom.
It's not your fault. You shouldn't have been out there.
No, we shouldn't have.
And Icy at this time speaks up. It does bring up a good point. Being out there. The manifest of your ship lists the most technologically advanced stealth drive probably ever made by your genius engineer, who is dead. What? How? Let's just put it like this. Captain Chance didn't have any beacons on the ship.
No.
How did that dragon know where to find you? Even if it could see somehow magic spectral sight and it could see your ship, how did they even know where to start looking? Because Pequod and I were tailing Tewaz and that thing from the hive. How did they know where to even start looking for you guys?
That's
Maybe
right.
there was a mole. Maybe he wasn't as crazy, but he looks over at Ash.
No, that makes sense. Because the black box was missing.
And Icy says, yeah, I didn't find any body or remains for Gurok and a Dr. Gonzalez, who's apparently some type of civilian linguist.
Civilian linguist, yes. No, it's not possible. There's no way that it... Wait. No, Tewaz knew Davine's name. He couldn't have known that. Somebody had to be leaking them information.
It makes sense, but we don't know exactly who. It's definitely narrowed down, though.
It also could have been maybe they snuck a tracker on the ship at some point.
Maybe, but we would have probably seen it.
And there was the jammer from Malcolm keeping any beacons from going out.
Exactly.
Leslie Jammer?
He had a jammer on board, so even if I tried to get a beacon out on my wrist computer, it wouldn't make it off the ship.
Pequod brings baby Leslie over to Davine, hands her to her. Maybe we could make a monument with Carter's armor for in the apartment.
I have other plans, Patricia.
Whoa.
And she looks down at Snarf.
Snarf looks up at her. Hit me, baby.
When I used to fight, before I was a dog, I used harpoons to move around quickly around the battlefield and build up velocity to attack. Do you think we could do that? And maybe some, I don't know, missiles with his armor?
Snarf, I want to hold the baby. Can I hold her?
Of course.
He takes baby Leslie, and you want to use Carter's Spartan armor.
I feel it's what he would have wanted.
He's playing with her. She's laughing at him. Well, I'm sorry, Davine, but Captain Chance isn't going to approve. Deconstructing Spartan gear takes so much, and you know we gotta save for Globnock, isn't that right, baby Leslie? He's still, he's still a little traumatized.
Right, yes, I forgot about Chance.
Maybe next year, Davine. Maybe next year. Or eventually Globnock's armor will be completed.
Yes,
Snarf,
like that will ever happen.
Snarf looks up at you. Yeah!
Malcolm's dead.
He looks back down at the baby. Oh. I wish I could have seen it.
Carter shot him.
Good riddance. As he pinches baby Leslie's chin and gives her a little kiss. Oh, she's so cute. Well, then, I don't know. We gotta fucking find some components. Icy, you can do whatever you want. And he looks up at her and, I can do whatever I want. And she spare no expense on whatever Julius's mother wants. And he, oh God, if I wasn't so old, I'd ask to marry you, young lady. And she just turns around and shakes her head in her, I imagine it's a spinny bar stool chair. We can make your armor, Davine. I can make things for people besides Globnock and the Corcron Elite.
Hey, we can finally make that gun I showed you the schematics for all those years ago.
Snarf, what gun? The sticky detonator? Didn't Malcolm airlock that?
Deconstructed it. No, remember when we first came on, I showed you that rudimentary schematic for the M4?
I see, that's already been made.
It has?
And I see, even though you were gone, I still thought about you. Begrudgingly, yes.
I don't know what to say.
Buck and JD, they're rangers. We had them made it. Nothing can be as intimate as Blaze's craftsmanship, but they had it. They made it. Unlike you, the rangers like me.
I've worked with them. They've come around to me. They're good men.
Leslie looks over at Davine. Anything you need from us to help make her gear, let us know. And Icy, trust me, it's all covered already. And Snarf, I get to do things. Besides measure Globnock with armor and make buster cannons. This is amazing. Leslie looks at Julius. Is he okay?
We 98% of our components and credits went to Gurok and Malcolm. The other 2% went to our rangers.
Mercurius hands Julius to Julius.
I believe the only notable thing I ever got upgraded was the new barrel on Ravage to allow specialized ammo, and I believe an augment kit you put in me, right, Snarf?
Snarf, yeah. Augment kits for Gurok's armor. I'll get right on that.
Yep, no, Snarf. You don't have to.
I almost got airlocked for being late on one of Gurok's upgrades. Malcolm put me in the airlock and made me call him High Overlord Saurfang.
That's a new one to add to the list.
Pequod comes over and rubs his back. And it's gonna take a long time to get everybody back on track, I think. She walks over to Davine and holds her hand.
Ash is gonna look at little Lazuli and he's gonna move his hand and use minor illusion to make little fireflies fly around her face.
She's trying to grab at them and snarf, "Would you look at that? It's a mirage. I used to see them on the ship in the engineering quarters all the time. Steaks, ham and egg. There were some days I ate bugs. There was roaches on the ship. I ate them all by myself."
Trust
And
me,
everybody looks at him and, Jesus Christ.
I considered it.
I remember this one time I found a mouse. We did this mission where we went after these gangsters, and it was the only taste of civilization. I wasn't allowed off the ship either. And then some mice got on the ship and I ate one. I had to eat it alive, because if Malcolm found it, he would have said it goes to Globnock. And Lazuli, yes, Globnock, takes baby Lazuli. Hunk, get him something to eat. And he, yeah, steak and eggs.
Well, it is a mirage, and he lets it dissipate. For now.
Hunk cooking steak and eggs, and Lazuli, Nicole. And she, yeah, I figured it was coming.
What?
Lazuli takes them both. Both of them. And these two are gonna be thick as thieves. She chuckles and it's time to go see Commander Integra. And Hunk, oh god, that's another depressing reason. They should have blown my ass up. Puts the food down on the table for Snarf. He scarfs it down and Hunk, I'll make you more, and starts cooking.
I hear she had a psychotic break.
You see Pequod looking down at the ground. I can't see her that way. Not again.
Okay. I'm ready.
Lazuli looks over at Julius. I think she'd like to see both of you.
Well, yeah, of course I'm gonna go see her.
Hunk, more food. Snarf, keep it coming, chef. This is the best food I've had. Have you ever had to eat scorpions? And Hunk, in survival training. And Snarf, did you eat the whole thing, stinger included? And Hunk, no, I didn't. And starts cooking more. And Icy stands up. Mercurius and I will take them. Mercurius starts pushing Julius out of the room.
Ready when you are.
It's a quick flight. You haven't seen it in a long time, but... So, you're in a wheelchair, Ash. Mercurius sticks you with something in the neck, so your shoulder, where the bullet hole is, you can, don't feel the pain that's crippling you from moving it. Icy pushing you, Mercurius pushing Julius, and you see right here, make sure I'm on the right, just a gigantic mound of snow right here. The base, the windows are completely frozen over, the doors are shut, there's no power coming to this base, and there's just a gigantic mound of snow that they have to go around like this.
Oh my god.
I never thought I'd be sad to see this place.
Icy walks up to the mound of snow. What is this? Puts her hand up on it, pushes some snow away. And you see Thomas in a deactivated state. A piece you can see where the snow was cleared. He's just hunched over in a deactivated state, still with his fuel line coming out of his wrist.
Oh, poor Thomas.
Yeah, that sucks. He's gonna start wiping more snow off of him.
You reveal him. He's all rusted over from, he was already a pile of crap back in the Headhunters, but now he's busted open. The elements have basically destroyed him.
That's a shame.
Poor guy.
Icy looks at the door, walks up, or curious, he walks up. They fit their hands in the little opening and pull the door open. Icy walks over to Julius here and presents a pack of cigarettes. Gives one to Ash. They are her favorite.
Good to know. Good.
I think she'd like to get them from you. She wheels you in here and Julius. Gotta go the long way around because you've noticed this door is completely collapsed in. Busted, so you can't get right into her office like you used to. The mess hall, everything's frozen over for the most part in the base. Empty, no trainers, no Lieutenant Maine, nothing. No food stores, Zippo. And most of it's frozen over. There's holes in the base. It's been left in a bad way. And Icy types on her wrist computer and the door opens and she brings you in. You still see some of the computers on. And there's a chair and somebody in the chair, and you see a little smoke coming up, and you hear slight sobbing from the smoke.
Ma'am?
No response. You just hear slight sobbing and somebody taking a drink, and she says, "I've cried into my tea," and starts sobbing more.
Commander, it's good to see you.
No. The chair's still turned. No, that can't be Ash. He's dead.
Not quite. I promised I'd come back to see you after all.
She turns around in the chair. You're a ghost. And is that... Come back to haunt me, the demons take me. You're ghostly apparitions. Julius and Ash will be back someday.
We're back right now, ma'am. You can touch me. I'm here.
She looks much older. Her, blondish hair is now jet white. And she has a styrofoam cup and she's just sobbing into the tea with a cigarette hanging out of her mouth, and it falls and hits the ground.
We're here.
No, you're not here. I've seen this before. This is played out 1,000 times. It's mirage.
If I'm a mirage, then touch me. You'll go right.
Torture for my mistakes. Should have never let you leave. I bragged to the brass about you. Sent you off to hell.
I mean, you could describe it as such, but we're here, we're alive, and we're here.
Oh, my Ash and Julius didn't look like this. You look disheveled. You don't even look like Ash. Nice try, hunk. Nice try. Wearing the Julius disguise won't work. And Icy leans into Ash and both of you, and yeah, Hunk tried to dress up as you guys to get you to come to the bunker. It didn't work.
Can you, you remember how you could change shapes when we were younger?
Yeah, I can still do it.
Can you make me look like I used to?
And Julius, I assume. She looks over at Julius.
And Julius.
One young Ash and Julius coming up. She snaps her fingers and you look like you did in the picture the day you left. And she leans in and looks at you. No. Is it true? And she kind of gets up. She can barely walk. She's hunched over with a...
Whatever do you mean, ma'am? Just like every mission, when I promise I'm coming back, I'm coming back.
Ash and Julius. She comes over, Julius. He used to date Patricia.
Yes, I still am. And he takes her hand. kisses it, and puts the cigarettes in her hand.
Salon brand, my favorite. I remember those were the days. What was her name? Was it Saratoga? Or I can't even remember her name. She was the vampire daughter of mine. She dated Ash. He looked
Ceres.
like you.
Yes, Ceres, my fiancée, Mom.
Oh, I think she went off to school or something, or maybe she's dead. I don't remember.
She's alive. I talked to her last night. She's with the Rangers, Mom.
It's been so long.
It has. Come here. He's gonna put his hand out. You can touch me. I'm here.
I see. I remember when you were little tigers running around my base. This one screwing in the barracks with Patricia, and you never shut up.
Right? And now...
Always talking. And you and Rob, thick as thieves. He's dead too. Lieutenant Maine, dead. Dr. Contry, dead. All died. And Icy leans in, they're not dead.
I know. Well, I'm not dead. Come here. And he's gonna grab her hand and pull her towards him. See? Put her hand on his face. See? I'm here. We're alive. And you helped turn us into the heroes of Earthgov.
Did we now? Did I? I don't recall. I remember sending you fought space dragon hunters and something about there was a ranger woman I remember. She ate potatoes. Maybe Julius remembers her.
Yeah, her name was Sasha.
She is dead, you know.
Oh. I don't know if that's true, man.
Icy, she's not dead. And Commander Integra, who's that? Who's that young woman back there? Some type of child. Oh, you shouldn't. Icy's smoking too. You're too young to smoke. Oh, this must be Thomas over here. She points at Mercurius. What are you doing back here? I thought you went to the Arcane Council. You left me and my daughter. You fuckwad, as she looks at Ash.
I did.
My daughter cried for you for months, and you abandoned us.
I know.
You should take the sword to yourself. And she has a saber on her waist. Here, do it! She throws it at you. Save me the trouble. Worst son-in-law ever. Never came back to visit me.
I know, ma'am. I was trapped on the frontier, but I'm here now. I'm here to
I
get
bet you Julius tried to come back and see me.
I was also trapped on the frontier, man.
We tried. We really did.
Why don't you take that saber and shove it up your ass? That's what you deserve. Months my daughter cried. Months! She sits back down in her chair, almost falls over. Icy has to come over and prop up the chair. Months she cried. She gave up on you, floozy.
I know.
I should have you shot. Rob! She hits a button on the intercom. Come shoot Ash dead! And Icy, he's been shot enough. And she looks at you and... doesn't look like it to me. What's your name? Looks at Icy. It's Nicole. I kind of remember you, rambunctious little girl. Mercurius pushes you more into the room. And you see him inquisitively looking at Commander Integra. And you hear him mutter in a low tone, "This is not going well."
No, it's not. Well, I talked to Ceres.
Ceres? She died of depression waiting for you.
No, she didn't, ma'am. She's alive. She's out working with General Lorelei. One of her best rangers.
You broke her heart, I hope you know. And mine. And she starts sobbing into her styrofoam cup of tea.
He's gonna try and grab her again and pull her in. I know. And that is something that I am deeply sorry for. And if you'll let me, I will make up to you.
Only if you're real.
I'm real. You can feel me. You can feel the warmth of my skin, the hair on my face. I'm real.
Well then, start the debriefing, Private. And Icy, oh,
Well, first part of the debriefing, it's not private anymore, ma'am.
start the debriefing. Don't correct your commanding officer. She starts sobbing into the tea.
Well, we went out with the Arcane Council. We fought a lot of big battles. Got banged up along the way, stuck on the frontier, but we made it back. And now we're here to take you home.
Home. I am home.
Now,
This is where Ash and Julius will return.
We did. And now you're gonna come with us.
I can't leave yet. Julius and Ash might come back.
We're right in front of you. Ash hits his chest, and Julius hits Julius's. We're right here.
Are you sure?
I swear on my life.
Oh. She kind of, with her cane looking at you. Maybe. How will we leave? There's no way out. I've destroyed the entrance.
There's another door right there, ma'am.
Only if Julius and you take my hand.
Of course. He's gonna grab her hand, see?
What a terrible son-in-law you turned out to be. Crushed my daughter's heart. All she would talk about is, someday Ash will come back, Mom. And then that turned into, he's never coming back, he's abandoned me. I should have killed you when I had the chance.
I know. And I'm going to make it up to you too.
At least Julius was a good husband. Unless, is Patricia dead too?
No, Patricia is not dead.
I spit on you, and she spits right on Ash's chest. Icy comes over and wipes it off with a bandana.
Let's go. Come on.
Fine, we'll go to your court, Marshal. I'll be there when they hang you in the gallows for what you did to my daughter.
Okay, Mom. Come on, Mom.
Fine. I'll board this vessel. You take her back. Oh, this is bad.
It's okay.
You take her back to Leslie's bunker. She, shambles in. Oh, look at this. Where are we? Julius, where are we? I wish my daughter had married you.
We're in Laslie's bunker, Mom.
Everybody looking shocked at her. Pequod, so that's bunker mom, and she's kind of crazy these days.
I can tell.
She's hunched over. Oh, the Major Lazuli. I haven't seen her. Well, I think I saw her last week. Look at the children. I always wanted grandchildren, but Ash abandoned my daughter. She comes over and starts looking at them as Icy just crosses her legs and sits in the chair, and Mercurius stands next to her. And they, Mercurius wheels you guys into the center of the room, but he's back with his captain. And Leslie, well, I'm glad you got her back. And Commander Integra, oh, I wish you had gotten rid of Ash years ago. Never would have broken our hearts. Get out of my way, woman! Hello, Hank! And he, ma'am? And he has to stop himself from crying.
She's not wrong.
Leslie, she doesn't, I think if she was lucid, she's saying it quietly, so she can't hear. If she was lucid, I don't think she'd blame you for anything, Ash. It's guilt. She looks, gestures, it's guilt. Guilt can kill you, and that is guilt. Trust me, Hunk and I know.
You have nothing to be guilty for. We'll get her to base Gateway, man. We'll get her help.
Pequod looks at Davine. So a long time ago, she was really cool. She let me and Julius break a lot of rules and have sex in the bunker and the base. And now she's just gone? And Snarf looks at her. she looks at Snarf. Rob! And he, huh? Get back to the mess hall and get me some coffee. And light my cigarette. And Hunk comes over and lights it for her. And he, my name's Snarf. And she, Rob. And he, you want some ham? And she, I want a better son-in-law. And Snarf, oh, me too? And Hunk puts his hand on her back. And Leslie, maybe this wasn't a good idea.
Yeah. If we didn't do this, we would have never done it. It has to be done.
Pequod, yeah. Things got kind of desperate here. Hunk wearing Ash and Julius disguises, and she speaks up, don't speak Ash's name, he's dead to me.
Yeah.
It's just awkward silence. No, they can't bring themselves to say anything.
Well, Cyrus is gonna be coming back to see us soon.
Floozy. Probably out banging other women out there in the far reaches of the frontier.
No. Just trying not to starve.
He smacks Hunk on the shoulder. Get your hands off me, Hank! He, sorry. And she, I remember, oh, I'm making a ring for your daughter and the necklace. He went through all this song and dance and then he just ditched her. And Hunk, not by choice. Now I really wish I blew myself the fuck up. And she, well, I wish you'd have blown Ash up instead. Save me the trouble. When he returns, I'm going to kill him. Lacey comes over. So we'll be taking her back to Gateway. And Leslie, yeah, she can be like an honorary member of Alpha Niner, right? And Commander Integra, yes, honorary member, as long as Ash isn't on the team, I don't want to see him. The spell Icy cast on you has worn off.
I know.
So it's just the awkward silence. And Pequod looks up at Davine and squeezing her hand. It's gonna be really weird living with her.
It will.
Commander Integra, is that... Moves around Hunk, is that Patricia? I'd recognize that voice anywhere. Julius is dead, you know! Pequod doesn't, they can't talk.
Davine lets go of Pequod's hand and puts a hand on Integra's arm. Is he now? Why don't you tell me more about that?
He died a long time ago. He made the mistake of being friends with Ash. And then Ash convinced him to go off on some journey. It was Ash trying to run away from my daughter, I think. He didn't want to be with her. He just used her. And when I see Ash again, young woman, I will kill him. What a lovely scarf you have. And she touches the scarf.
Thank you. My son gave it to me as a gift.
I always liked Julius the most.
Oh, really?
Yes, I knew he'd be loyal. Look, they're still together. I would recognize his head anywhere. No, Ash and Ceres, no, he ditched her. She sits down at the table and starts crying. Then Hunk, do you want more food? Snarf, and he, no, I've lost my appetite. Pushes the plate away.
Davine rubs her back. Yes, yes. You should keep on talking to me about these things. I feel like you need to get them out.
I do. Well, first I need to kill Ash for breaking my daughter's heart. Sit down with me as she's crying. She cried for the first 7 months. And then one time, Ash was apparently coming back to Gateway. Even I made my way to Gateway to see him. And the fucker wouldn't get off the ship.
Well, maybe he was... What's the word for it? He wasn't able to. He was sequestered to his room, perhaps.
I hate him.
Oh yes, I do too. I really do.
He looked like fucking Santa Claus. The day he asked for permission to marry my daughter is the day I should have shot him dead. I regret that decision.
Well, perhaps it's good that you didn't, though.
Oh, perhaps. It would have been a lot of paperwork. I used to think of him as a son until he abandoned us.
He did. Well, what if he didn't abandon you?
He did. He's dead. Or off with some other woman.
Hopefully dead, yes.
Such a posh moron. I'll bring them back alive, ma'am. I'll come back to see you. He lied. Lied, I say. And you hear Pequod, do we really have to take her back? And I see, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Hunk, could you make us some tea? Would you like some tea, ma'am?
Absolutely, moms! And he starts making the tea as Snarf sits down next to her. I am a member of the Korkron. And Commander Integra, whatever that means, as long as Ash isn't a part of it.
Yes. Well, perhaps we'll see Ash again, and perhaps you'll be able to forgive him.
Never. Look at this. Look at these beautiful children. I should have vampire grandchildren. Gunslinger vampire grandchildren would be. I dreamed of the day. Then Ash betrayed us.
I'm sure he didn't betray you, ma'am. All he did was sequester himself to his room.
Hunk comes over with the tea. You're doing great. And sets it down. And I hate him. And she starts sobbing into the tea.
Oh, yes, I know you do. I know. And she rubs her back. Yes. Please drink your tea. Do take cream and sugar in it.
No, I drink it black. Like Ash's heart.
Oh, yes, Ash's heart. Oh, I'm sure it is black.
Black as a black hole. Betrayer. She starts sipping her tear tea. And she looks up, Nicole. And yeah. Where are we going? And Gateway Station. You're coming to live with me. I always liked you. You should have married my daughter. And Hunk, I'd be okay with that. And Leslie, shut up. I hate Ash. She just sits there and keeps mumbling about Ash, and Icy claps her hands. I think it's time we go home. Now.
Yes, we could talk more about how much we hate Ash, respectively, when we get to our apartment on Gateway. Does that
Good.
sound lovely?
It is lovely. I can't wait to get there. When if that ship's in the docking bay and he doesn't come out this time, I'll blow it up myself. I stood there. We watched that ship, waiting for him to come out for hours. And then Saris cried for hours and hours. She was trying to call him, reach out to him, and then she tried to go down to the ship, and some strange-looking man in the top hat told her to go away. I think it was Ash in disguise. What's your name again? And she looks at Davy.
I'm Davine, ma'am. What's yours?
Dr. Contry, I've missed you. I'm Commander Integra, the woman Ash ruined.
Ash
Oh.
is just crying, crying quietly over there at this point.
Leslie and Icy have their hands on your shoulder. Alright, I think we better leave. Davine, if you could help the commander. Leslie hugs you. Ash hugs Julius. She gives you both kisses on the cheek. I'll be up to Gateway to see you. And Hunk, we have to get some things squared away here for Hunk to join you guys, but I'll be up to see you both.
Okay. I love you, Mom.
Pequod fighting back tears at this point, watching the destroyed Commander Integra and Snarf. Yeah, come on, I'll help you out too. Me and Dr. Davine Contry will get you there. Yes, Rob, yes. If you see Ash, make sure you tell me so I can beat him to death.
Oh, we'll make sure we do, as she helps her up.
So you guys fly back to the apartment, and now Commander Integra is running amok around the apartment. I'm gonna put everybody where they should be, but yeah, you're all down in the living area. Except Davine. She's with Commander Integra. Rocco down here. Zanzibar with them because he's not, he likes Davine since she's a new addition, a new female. Sunny comes out of her room and sees Commander Integra. Oh, what? Oh, this is going to be great. Hang on. I got to get it. 1 sec. Forgot to fucking put it down. So you didn't actually notice this the first night. Just because of the positioning on the wall. But there is a large poster of the action figure that advertised Ash up here. And Davine just didn't realize it was there, and Commander Integra, I'll shoot you dead! And pulls out a small 9mm pistol and tries to pull the trigger, but there's no ammo because Lasley and Hunk have taken away her ammo. And she's just clicking the gun at the big poster action figure of Ash as Zanzibar inquisitively watches her.
Davine pulls the poster down as quick as she can. Oh, you got him, man. You got him good.
That floozy! That tramp. Now we're going down here. I'm the commander. I'll show you where we're going. And he takes Davine down. And, this is a wonderful apartment. My Ceres used to dream of the day they'd share an apartment with Ash. And then he betrayed her.
Yeah.
And Snarf, the new Alpha 9, huh?
Yeah. No, the new Alpha 9. We need to...
She's not going to be coming with us on missions, is she? And Icy, no. Consider her apartment, Mom. Rocco walks up to her. Beautiful dog. You remind me... I never had a dog. Whatever. Get away, mutt! And the dog moves away. Stupid dragon! As he's just standing up on the balcony looking down. I hate this place.
We need to get her therapy.
And Icy, yeah, a lot of it. Not just her. She looks at you and Julia.
I'll be fine. It's okay.
Come on.
I don't
Good?
want therapy.
No, you do. You need physical and mental therapy, both of you.
Okay.
You're entitled to it after what you went through. Commander Integra looks at Davine, puts a cigarette in her mouth. Light my cigarette for me, would you? They took my lighter away because I tried to burn down the barracks where Ash slept.
Oh, yes, of course. And she looks at Icy to make sure it's okay that she lights it.
Icy nods her hand. Go ahead.
All right. She asks for a lighter from Snarf,
He gives her it, one.
lights it up. There you are.
Oh, this is good. She takes a long drag. Salon brand is my favorite. There was a time when I used to smoke these at Raven Rock. That's where I met Julius and Ash, Dr. Contry.
Is that so?
Yes, I met them down there. They were young boys. Julius liked showing off his abs, or maybe it was that woman. She points at... I think it was her who used to flaunt pictures of him around. Rumor had it there was a picture of his penis going around.
Oh, really? I never saw any of those.
No, not the... I never saw the scrotum. I didn't want to see that much, but he was a handsome boy. Especially after his time with Major Lasley. And that's when I fell for the great betrayer, Ash. It started subtly. Ma'am, I'm dating your daughter, this and that, asking about her backstory and all this stuff, and then, one day, he left and broke her heart.
She puts a hand on her shoulder. He will return, ma'am.
When he does, you will see to it that we kill him.
Yes, ma'am. Of course.
I always knew he'd betray Ceres and I never quite trusted him. He had an ill look about him sometimes, and Well, actually, I quite liked him, believe it or not, but he let me down. I hate him.
He did let you down.
You're damn right, hobo. Icy claps her hands together. So, time to change the subject. Sunny comes down and, yeah, it's prepared for you. And Icy, good. Thanks. She looks over at Ash. So I have something to, perk your spirits up in these depressing. And she looks over at Commander Integra times. And Commander Integra, take your hands off of him! Don't fall for his ruses, young girl! And she, yeah, no interest there, trust me. And she, is that Ash? I can't tell. Dr. Contry, take me to my bedroom. And Icy, no, Mercurius will do it. I'd like Dr. Contry to come with us. Fine, Nicholas or Nicole, whatever your name. Tell me when Ash comes. This is sad. To the bedroom.
Gods.
And Sunny, she's just as bad as you said she was. And Icy looks at the ground and, yeah. And Pequod, I can't see her like this. And Icy, well, too bad. You'll have to get used to it.
We're gonna get her better.
Icy looks over at Snarf. You want to see something too? I think it might help you. And she snaps her fingers, snap you back a little bit. And he, yeah, sure. All right, we're going to the hangar. And Snarf, we have a hangar? This place. Points up here. No. There's a hangar connected to this apartment. For something. And Snarf, something for Gurok? And Pequod, they're all fucking crazy! And Icy, they're not crazy. Just need a little help. Come on, Ash. I'll push you. And she starts. Everybody come. Sunny, go. Could you sedate Commander Integra? She needs sleep. Yeah. She goes. Commander Integra, the bag's under her eyes. But go ahead.
Let's see.
So, you ride the elevator on the first floor down. Here. You come into the room. And standing in a deactivated, incomplete state is this. Just standing there. I gotta fix the positions, but Icy's pushing Ash, Mercurius, Julius, Pequod, of course, by Julius's side, and Davine and Snarf like this. And this thing's just standing there.
What is that?
Get some reference. There you go. So Icy walks up to it. She pushes you up nice and close. She walks up to it. This is yours. Snarf, ours? Everybody walks up. And she, for lack of a better word, Ash is going to be the pilot of it, but it's incomplete. She walks up to it and taps its foot with her hand. It's the Tallgeese 3. She types on our wrist computer. Holograms come up here. That's the Epion, and here, that's the Tallgeese 2. It's the third in the line of the Tallgeese lineage. The Tallgeese 1 was destroyed sometime early in the Calamity Wars. I don't know, you'd have to find a historian if you want all the detail. The Tallgeese 2, she points to the hologram you piloted. The Tallgeese 3 was meant to be a hybrid between. She points to the Epion, and the Tallgeese hologram, Tallgeese 2 hologram. And this was meant to be bridging both gaps. It never got completed because the Calamity Wars ended. We'll have to find people to work on it, but considering the fact Max Tech, a hologram, appears here, most likely had a lot of these, because they had it for a long time, we need this. And don't ask what kind of strings I had to pull to get you this.
It's incredible. You're serious, ma'am.
Snarf kinda, we get things? And walks up, you're giving us a mobile suit? And she, yeah. And he, I'm not qualified to really work on them. And she, but you can still be of use. We just have to find people to work on it. There's a logistics wing on Gateway. Maybe we could start there.
Right. Yes, yes. We'll get it fixed up right as rain. Can someone move me up to him?
Icy comes over and wheels you as close as you can get to the foot, and you piloted the Tall Geese and the Epion. I figured it was a perfect fit, albeit it's a piece of junk right now.
He's gonna put his hand on it and just feel it. All right, my friend. We're gonna get you right as rain. And we're gonna raise hell together.
Icy chuckles, yeah, we better. And we'll cut it there for the week. That's a good place to cut off after the depressing Commander Integra.